with items 1 and 3. Mr. Clerk, you're requested to read the notices for executive session.
Your Honor, the first executive session is noticed as item 1, executive session, City of Tucson versus Roberts Development Company Incorporated et al., Pima County Superior Court case number C-2020-1774. It is being held pursuant to ARS section 38-431.03 A3, A4, and A7. The second executive session is noticed as item 3, executive session Marcus et al. Versus City of Tucson, Pima County Superior Court case number C-2019-3881. It is being held pursuant to ARS section 38-431.03 A3 and A4.
May I have a motion to go into executive session?
So move. Second.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. So we drop out of, leave this meeting and go into the executive session meeting, and we can wait for our colleagues on the council on the other side. a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. What's the council's pleasure for item 2?
Madam Mayor, for item number 2, I would ask for a motion that the mayor and council direct and authorize the city attorney and city manager to proceed as discussed in executive session in order to resolve this eminent domain property acquisition case for the Grant Road project.
So moved. Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. What is the council's pleasure for item 4?
And Madam Mayor, for this item, I would, which is Marcus versus the City of Tucson, I would ask for a motion authorizing, directing the city attorney to proceed as discussed in executive session and to settle this personal injury case in the amount of $76,500.
May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. Now we move on to item 5. Time has been set aside for an update on COVID-19 emergency. As I usually do, this is a pretty chunky item. And I like to usually set the scene of the issue that we're going to be talking about. We are going to have our city manager talk a little bit about reopening plans in terms of City of Tucson buildings, and what's a phased approach to going into our reopening plan within the City of Tucson. We're also going to have a little bit of a discussion on any federal updates that we might have. What I'd like to touch base on those federal updates mostly is on federal moratoriums for evictions are going to expire, and so I want to make sure that mayor and council act or do something about the possibility of the moratoriums expiring. And also I'd like to touch base on the American Recovery Plan when it comes to asylum seekers. And I received a call from Senator Kelly to let mayor and council know that there is federal funding for reimbursement to cities and jurisdictions and nonprofits that expend on any expenditures on asylum seekers within the City of Tucson. Also, we're going to touch base a bit on testing and vaccinations, and that's something also that our city manager is going to touch on. Other than that, I'll hand the item over to Mr. Ortega.
Thank you, Mayor, and members of the council. So we'll just jump right in. I'm going to bombard you with a lot of info. Happy to share this in writing as well, but just wanted to give you kind of up to the minute info. I have asked the staff to prepare for what we'll call a soft opening on April 5th. That's a Monday. Expectation is that the public-facing counters will be open, not to the level that they were before the pandemic, but at least for public service to include appointments, and that's cashiers at City Hall, cashiers at Thomas O. Price, cashiers at Patrick Hardesty, Park Tucson customer service, and our transit special services counter. In addition, we'll be opening Edith Ball Therapeutic Pool on Wednesday, March 24th, so this actually tomorrow. We'll also continue with the social activities for the senior centers. So next week, we're going to be on the 30th, we're going to be opening El Pueblo, Udall, and Armory. The week of the 5th, we'll be opening El Rio, Freedom, Archer, Quincy Douglas, Donna Liggins, and Clements. and then the week of the 12th, Cherry Avenue and Randolph. So again, my expectation is that we'll start those openings. Again, if you saw a bunch of counters there before the pandemic, you're going to see one or two just to make sure that we give folks the option, paying cash, etc. And we want to do it in a very thoughtful way so that people can still socially distance, etc. With regard
on that, before you move on to other elements of the soft reopening, are we making sure that that our employees that are going to be coming back into the front line and servicing the community, will we make sure that those that want the vaccine gets it before they come back, return to work?
Yes, Mayor, and that's a great segue into the vaccinations and so forth. Our expectation, my expectation is that those that want the vaccine will have access to it. We're hoping that we can get all employees through it by the 1st to 2nd week of May, and that's both shots, so that we can get everybody through that system. We are going strong on appointments at the TCC for our staff. We're helping those that need some help getting registered, but that is the expectation. More pointedly to your question, it is the expectation that folks that will be on those front counters, if you will be vaccinated. And we're going to continue with masking, we'll continue with social distancing, even beyond that.
And
Mayor, I noticed that Councilmember Ulick has a question before maybe I go on.
Yeah, I do see her hand up. Go ahead, Councilmember Ulick.
Thank you. Real quickly, any projection, Mike, on the opening of senior programs in the rec centers?
Mayor, Councilmember Ulick, that's actually the opening of the senior centers is also the programming as well. So it'll start small, but the idea is that once those centers are open, there are activities for the seniors. It's not just opening the door, but actually some of the programmatic pieces as well.
And some of the broader programmatic pieces to follow, I would assume. Yeah,
yes.
And safely, of course. Can you talk a bit about the mitigation measures at the pools and any plans on the seasonal reopening of pools?
Sure, Mayor, Councilor Ulick, we have opened several pools now. The intent is to provide environment for social distancing across the board. So we're being very careful, very deliberate on those openings to make sure that we do provide a safe environment for folks to enjoy not only the rec centers but also the pools. And I believe there were 9 pools that we opened. I'll confirm that number and get that to you. But as I recall, there were 9 that were open. I know that we're also gearing up for our summer programs as well. Just had a conversation this morning with our Parks Director, Hamway, with regard to how we bring our seasonal workers, particularly lifeguards, on, making sure that they're in the mix for vaccinations as well.
Well, and to that note, KidCo sites were opened up now that the majority of the school districts have to return to in person. So I think it would be very appropriate as well to offer our KidCo employees the opportunity to get a vaccine if they so choose, just to keep teachers and staff and then the adults in the families of the kids that attend KidCo safe. So I know that we're rocking and rolling in terms of what the city of Tucson is doing over at the Tucson Convention Center. It's really amazing how fast it is to go through the process. People have commented how fast it's been, that it's really easy. Nothing but good things I've heard out of the TCC vaccination side. Before you move on to testing and vaccination, Mr. Ortega, I did want to talk about the possibility of mayor and council going back to in-person meetings after the 1st of May. That way we will make sure that all staff that has to help attending the meetings can be vaccinated if they so choose. And at that point, hopefully we'll have a good portion of the population in the city of Tucson vaccinated, as it is intended by, Pima County Health Department, as well as the Biden administration. So can you talk a little bit more about vaccination and testing?
Sure, Mayor, happy to do that. And thank you for the acknowledgement on the TCC. The staff has been phenomenal there. It really is a demonstration of one city, one team, everybody working together. We have the fire department there, we have parks employees, we have water employees, we have police employees that are all banding around to make that work. Very proud of the team's efforts. Yesterday, they administered their 50,000th vaccine at the TCC, so that's pretty significant. And it's just been, a very smooth, to use your words, process. So we do have a few challenges yet. We are struggling a little bit with some of the sign up and some of the appointment scheduling, but overall, it's on our end in terms of the administration. It's really been flawless, and it's been great. So moving on to the testing, as you recall, the Pima County, our partners at Pima County, had moved the testing from Udall to 6009 East Grant. That has occurred. TMC is now looking at Udall for a potential vaccine distribution center. They've taken a tour of the facility. They want to move their outdoor pod to an indoor pod at Udall. It's obviously going to get hot here pretty quick, so we're in discussions with them. No decisions have been made yet, but I just wanted to give you a heads up about that. El Pueblo, we have gone from using our partner at El Rio to ASU. So ASU is now up and running 3 days a week at El Pueblo on the testing side. We are also in discussions with Pima County at pretty much a moment's notice. We can establish that as another pod, and it's subject to vaccine availability. So we're ready to go on that. I think that's just a function of getting more vaccines in the area. Mayor, I know you've been beaten on the state to let loose of some additional vaccines. With regard to our employee testing, the testing for our employees is pretty much stopped. We're still offering it. I'm encouraging folks that would like to have that, go through that process. We have not really had many changes to the information I shared with you last time, but we will continue to offer it to the employees, obviously making sure they're feeling safe. Mayor, happy to answer questions on that piece before I move on to the American Rescue Plan.
Any questions from my colleagues? Councilmember Kozachik?
Yeah, there we go. So you mentioned possibly returning to in-person meetings first part of May. Question for either Mike or maybe Roger. Have we got council chambers set up so that, as much as we all grumble about Zooms, there's a very convenient element to them, and that we can have guests participate remotely? So it would sure be nice if council chambers could be set up so that when we have guests, they can come on the big screen and participate both audibly and visibly without all the feedback and all that. So we have to all turn our computers off. So 22nd century council chambers, maybe, if we come back around that time.
Go ahead, Roger.
Mr. Clerk?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Kozachik, we have actually done a renovation of the audiovisual in the Mayor and Council chambers. We are still in the final testing stages of that, but it appears that we can actually use Teams as well as in-person meetings and display those on the big screens in the chambers. If we go back to in-person meetings in May, it is possible that we could allow some members of the public in. It would be a very limited number if we maintain the 6-foot separation between the chambers and the overflow room. We could probably fit about 40 people in.
Yeah, so that if we have, for instance, a study session item where a couple of people are participating as subject matter experts. They could join us through Teams on the big screen.
Yes.
Good, cool, thanks.
Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Fimbres?
Yes, are we going to be ensuring social distancing on the dais? They revamping the dais there, and then the other question I had was how are we going to clear people for calls to the audience for the response?
Mr. Clerk?
So basically, on the dais, we have done social distancing on the dais as well as we can. We've moved me off of the dais. We put plexiglass divider between the members of the council, and we will adjust staff. Some will sit at the lower dais, some will sit at the study session table. So we do have that degree of social distancing. As far as call to the audience, I think that will depend on how many individuals that we have coming to the regular meeting that are here for those items that they're required to be here for zonings and for liquor and those type of things where they would need to be available to speak to council, and then other available seats that could be made available to the call to the audience.
Okay, and then the other question is, we had a lot of boards and commissions, and will they be activated also, be intending to have in-person meetings in May?
I think we probably will begin looking at each of those boards and commissions on a one-on-one basis as to whether or not they will be able to go back to in-person meetings and still maintain the social distancing. And we'll work with each one of those, and we'll work with the departments to see how we can make sure that we get them back going that direction, but it's still maintain that separation.
Okay.
And Councilmember Fimbres, I think that first and most importantly, we have to keep an eye on the cases, right? So if the case numbers start moving up again and creeping up again, then we'll make sure that that we stay remote and that we keep the public safe as well, and for them to be able to join us at call to the audience or whatever way they want to join us. And to be perfectly honest, if committees and commissions want to stay virtual, it has been very, very convenient to allow a lot of these boards, committees, and commissions to meet virtually without having to come downtown or a particular location. As a matter of fact, there's been a lot of community engagement and participation in many of the virtual boards, committees, and commissions, town halls, and et cetera. So I don't see why we shouldn't continue using some of this technology that was there before the pandemic, but that forced many of us to use it during the pandemic. And I think it would be up to the boards, committees, and commissions themselves to make a decision whether they want to stay virtual as well. So, but on our end, for mayor and council, I mean, I don't want to make the decision without input from my colleagues and the city clerk and the city manager. So I am more than happy to get your input and advice on this. But if we do have numbers start creeping up again of COVID-19, I think it's best we stay remote. So we'll play it by ear.
Okay. And Mr. Ortega, do we have numbers of how many employees have gotten their shots, and how many have gotten the 2 shots, and how many exactly still are not taking the shot or can't get it yet?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres. So to date, we've got 2,280 employees that have either been vaccinated with 1 shot or both. That is roughly about half. I'm hesitant to say to you that's the exact number because there are employees that have gone to other pods. This is only a TCC, and early part of the vaccinations, we're seeing employees go to TMC, et cetera. So that number is likely higher. The other thing, keep in mind, is it is voluntary reporting because of HIPAA and some of the challenges around that. So I don't have the exact number. The expectation is that we will announce everyone, every city employee who wants to be vaccinated will be vaccinated with both shots by the middle part of May. So that's really the goal, and that's really the piece that'll be important at that point.
Thank you. The other thing, Mr. Ortega, is the First Health Solutions has been conducting free COVID-19 testing at Sunnyside High School and Desert View High School for people in the 8x706, 8x713, 8x704 zip codes. These areas with this highest number of COVID cases. First Health Solutions receives funding from the federal government to do these for communities in need. I and my Ward 5 staff with Vivian Nichols have with First Health Solutions, and they want to expand their effort in the South Side to either conduct testing at the Quincy Douglas Center or even at rodeo grounds. When I asked Vivian how long First Health could do this, she said as long as it is needed. Madam Mayor, I will forward Ms. Nichols' contact information to the city manager so that more testing can be done in the South Side for our communities in need. And I'm also asking, when will the Johnson & Johnson vaccine come out, and we're utilizing it now?
Yeah, Councilmember Fimbres, according to Mr. Chuck Huckleberry from the Pima County Administrator, Johnson & Johnson vaccines are coming to Pima County, and Pima County Health Department was focusing on using those vaccines for elderly that are homebound and their caretakers, as well as making them available to unsheltered communities. And they will continue using them throughout Pima County. But as last time we spoke about it during our mayor's call with the county, they were using it for homebound elderly and their caretakers.
We also, you mentioned unsheltered, the homeless shelter facilities. We can utilize that also to help them, because I'd like to utilize that and get El Rio, who's also utilizing this, to maybe get the homeless work program moving again, so we can get that out also, and looking at May.
Absolutely, and Pima County is very cognizant about using the Johnson & Johnson vaccine for especially hard to follow up populations. So
Yes.
hard to follow up a second shot. So they really do have in mind the unsheltered and homeless communities here in Pima County.
Thank you. Good stuff. I'll get you that information, Michael, from Vivian.
Thank you. Councilmember Cunningham?
I'm good. He asked my question about the Johnson & Johnson. Really like to get an understanding of how J&J is going to be employed. I want some specific numbers. I'd like to see it kind of aimed towards the younger groups. So we'll go from there. But other than that, I'm happy just to listen.
Thank you. And hopefully by the next meeting, we could invite Pima County Health Department, Dr. Cullen, or anyone that represents Pima County Health to give us a bit more numbers and an update, like we were asking Dr. Cullen to show up to other council meetings. So we could do that. Mr. Ortega, can you talk a little bit about the American Rescue Plan and asylum seekers in the city of Tucson, in terms of the coalition that we've built with Pima County, Catholic Community Services, and others. And then if we can talk a bit about federal moratoriums for evictions and what we can do as a city to ask our federal delegation to help support extending the moratorium for evictions deadline. So go ahead.
Mayor, if you don't mind, before I go on, I just want to answer a couple of quick questions. One, Councilmember Ulick, there are 5 pools that will be open tomorrow. The protocols for safety, they're mostly lap swim. We are following the Pima County guidance on that with signage, et cetera. So I think that we're very consistent with what the county, not only the health department, but what the county's doing on their end as well, okay? Also on item 7G on the agenda is a reimbursement, which is the second amendment to the IGA with the county. Just bring to your attention, there is a blank there that we will fill in after the fact, giving the county an opportunity to cap how much they expend. I think they're waiting to see what they get from the federal government for that vaccination, what that vaccination amount is. So Mayor, moving on to the American Rescue Plan, nothing new to report in terms of the guidance. We haven't received any additional guidance. Just to refresh your memory, we are expecting $139 million, $69 million within the next 60 days, and then another $69 million in the near future, or I'm sorry, next year, excuse me, which is sort of the near future. We are working on a strategic plan, just the framework for you to consider. We'll bring that to you once we get better guidance from the federal government, from Treasury particularly. It will mimic very, very closely to what I've seen from you in the strategic plan before, but also comments that we've gleaned from you over the past year. More specifically, there is language in the American Rescue Plan about asylum seekers. And just to refresh your memory, we have seen an increase of asylum seekers coming into the community. We have been working closely with both our partners at Catholic Community Services and Pima County. I know that we had submitted a letter to the county administrator, giving him an outline of what the costs are for 100 rooms, plus transportation, plus food. He was then going to forward that to FEMA with their costs for a joint request to FEMA. We have also negotiated costs with local hoteliers that can be used for this effort. As I mentioned previously, up to Friday, I believe it was Thursday or Friday, we were using some of our contracts for the COVID folks that were infected with COVID to house them. And I was able to use some of the CRF money and some of the allocations that we had previously put forth there. Since then, there's been a flip in terms of the way that the Catholic Community Services is processing, which is really the way they had intended initially. So the overflow now are non-COVID patients. So we are working directly with our partners at Catholic Community Services and Pima County. I am waiting for further information on reimbursement of that. What I do want to assure you is that we won't let that get in the way of providing housing for folks. We're not gonna turn them out in the street. We will, if I have to make the decision, I will make that decision administratively, as I've mentioned to you before. I will ask for ratification from the council after the fact. At this point, I have no indication on when that might be, so it's difficult for me to ask for direction when I don't know what the outcome is, because we don't know what FEMA may or may not reimburse us for.
I just wanted to kind of reiterate
Sure.
That my office and Councilmember Kasachek, your office, and other City of Tucson staff members have been meeting with Pima County and Catholic Community Services, Casalitas, and CBP to coordinate and organize ourselves, specifically getting ourselves ready for any overflow or any additional numbers of individuals and families and children that come through City of Tucson. Last week, 593 individuals passed through Casa Alitas. And what I wanted to be very clear about is the American Rescue Plan includes $110 million for jurisdictions and nonprofits in border communities, specifically to help with asylum seekers throughout the border region in the United States. So I know that a lot of politically inclined individuals and elected officials are saying that this is a crisis. And even though it might be a crisis in the countries where these individuals and asylum seekers are leaving to come to the United States because of poverty or violence. We do have a coordinated effort here in the city of Tucson and in Pima County. And so we've seen this before during the Trump administration. And so we know what we're doing. We have a coalition, we're talking to each other. And fortunately, thanks to the American Rescue Plan, we also have some funds that we can tap into to be able to take care of sheltering, transportation, and food. So I just wanted to make sure that we touch base on this issue because there are a lot of questions about impending crisis. And even though the numbers are going up, because there were a lot of families, children, and individuals that were, because of Remain in Mexico, were in Nogales, were on the Mexican side of the border. Now, because of the Biden administration, there's a change in policy. But we are coordinated, and there is funds there that we can tap into. And I just want to make sure that we, mayor and council, don't have to meet again to give you direction to be able to provide sheltering, transportation, food services if there are necessary to be able to be good partners with Pima County and Catholic Community Services.
Thank you, Mayor. And I think that I have the authority to move that forward. I understand where the council has been on this topic before. I would absolutely echo and agree with you that we have a game plan. We're well coordinated with the county, with Catholic Community Services. It is a situation that we are prepared for, and we've been working and coordinating to make sure that it's as seamless as possible to make sure that we can help and do our part, quite frankly, in helping folks get to their destinations.
Alrighty, I do see Councilmember Santa Cruz, Councilmember Ulick, and then I do see the hand up for Councilmember Cunningham, and then Councilmember Kozachek.
Thank you, Mayor. City Manager, could you remind us and the public about the funds that the state, the county, and school districts are receiving, just to kind of put our funding into context?
Mayor, Councilmember Santa Cruz, I don't know the numbers that the school districts are receiving, ballpark number. So we are on schedule to receive 139 million. Keep in mind those numbers have not been finalized. My understanding is that the county will receive in the vicinity of 200 million, and then there are dollars that have been allocated for the school districts to include some of the charter schools as well. So everyone is getting their allocation, if you will, to help with this effort.
Councilmember Santa Cruz, Pima County is scheduled to receive approximately, as the city manager said, this is not written on paper yet, but approximately $200 million for Pima County. And then the school districts within Pima County are also scheduled to receive funds. Councilmember Ulick.
Thank you, Mayor Romero. I want to thank Senator Kelly for reaching out to you and for your efforts to work to ensure that we leverage those available resources to assist asylum seekers. I know all of us are very concerned about the eviction moratorium expiring at the federal level at the end of this month. And I think we all want to make sure that we do everything we can to see that extended. So if I could now or at some point make a motion to direct staff to communicate on that, Mayor Romero, is now the appropriate time?
Now is the perfect time, Councilmember Ulick.
Okay, so I would move to direct staff to convey to both our state and federal delegations the desire of mayor and council to extend the eviction moratorium, allowing time for rental assistance dollars from the American Rescue Plan to assist our housing insecure community members.
I'll second that.
You've got several seconds, Councilmember Ulick. So there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? And you said to write a letter to express to the state and federal delegation.
That's correct.
Any further discussion on this particular motion? Okay, so all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
I have a
Thank you.
question, Madam Mayor.
Go
On
ahead.
the water, moratoriums on the water and also on electricity and Southwest Gas, can we also get something to, because I know we pushed transit to June 30th. Wonder if we can match that also. We continue the moratorium on that with the water and getting our utility companies to also assist us.
Yeah, Mr. Ortega, I wanted to
Sure.
ask about the emergency rental and utility assistance program that we are working with Pima County on. I know that Tucson Water was having some difficulty in terms of piling up monthly service charges that were I think we were up to $8 million. So has the emergency rental assistance program that we just partnered with Pima County on, has that process been moving forward in terms of paying rental and utility assistance for City of Tucson residents?
Sure, Mayor. And I know it's moving forward. I think Liz Morales is on the call. I'll ask her to give a quick update. Before we do, though, just to give you a quick update on the water utility delinquencies, you're right, they were the dollars that were in arrears were in excess of 8 million, almost 9 million at one point. They are down to 5 million, even though you gave us authorization to start the turnoffs in March and in April. We have not turned anyone off, and instead we have gone back to the door hangers and working with people to pay their bills. And so what we found is a tremendous willingness on the part of our customers to take care of their bills. And so at this point, I think we're on a good trajectory. We are working closely. All you have to do is call, and we will give you payment plans to take care of your bill. So right this second, I don't see a need for us to move in that direction of extending that because we have taken a very soft approach, and it's been very effective in terms of dealing with some of the challenges that we've had. I'd be happy if Liz is on. I'd be happy to get the latest. Liz, if you do have the latest on the rental assistance.
Yes,
Yeah.
Mr. Manager.
Thanks.
Liz, I know that there was a wait list of 4,700 people on that emergency rental assistance program. Can you give us a little bit of an update as to
Yes.
how we're progressing with that program?
Honorable Mayor and council members, I'm happy to share an update of the 4,700. Community Investment Corporation is our fiscal agent and operator of our application portal. They've opened it up officially for new applicants as well. As of 2 weeks ago, Mayor and Council approved the contract. They finished their contracts with the subcontracting agencies, our community agencies. They've trained, as of last week, over 33 caseworkers. So they've already begun processing. They did prioritize per the requirements of U.S. Treasury. They did find there was 577 that met that high prioritization. And of those applications, they're still working through to make sure that everyone that submitted interest on the wait list is completing the eligibility documents. So there's a lot of progress. They are still ramping up. So we will see full caseworkers and all the agencies on board, probably processing about 200 to 400 applications a week in the next 2 to 3 weeks. But the ramping up, and some have already been seen and have already had rent paid for them. So it's a slow in the first couple of weeks, but we'll definitely see increases in numbers, and we will be providing regular updates on that.
Excellent. Councilmember Cunningham and then Councilmember Kozachik.
Your Honor, I have no questions at this time. Liz has answered my questions.
Councilmember Kozachik?
Thank you. Two questions. First of all, any idea, I don't know if this is for the mayor or Mike, any idea as to the timing of when we're actually going to receive some of that $110 million?
Mayor, Councilman Kozachik, our understanding is within 60 days. So it's just a matter of, you're talking about the 110 million for the asylum seekers?
Yeah, right.
No, actually we have not. I'm sorry, I thought you were talking about the 69 million. The 110 million, we are understanding will be allocated from the feds through FEMA, which quite frankly is a little bit of a concern to me because of the slowness with which we have received reimbursements in the past. I know that the idea is to get dollars up front, and that's really what we've been working with the county to have happen. So I really don't have a time frame on that at this point.
So Councilmember Kozachik, my staff did meet with FEMA and Department of Homeland Security representatives. And they because we, let them know about the concerns about reimbursement. And they did say that this was a top priority for them and that they were going to move on any reimbursement requests as quickly as they received it. So according to Tracy Tucker, our federal lobbyist, it's a new administration, and the request to get these funds out from the Biden-Harris administration is clear, and it's clear that that's their orders. So hopefully, as soon as we ask for reimbursement, we can clear those reimbursements within 60 days.
Good. So you're exactly right. We, as a community, have been doing this for 7 years. We know what needs to be done. We just need the funding. And by an example, and this kind of leads into my second question, over the week, so now Border Patrol is dropping off people in Ajo, in Yuma, and over the weekend, Catholic Community Services had to spend $2,000 to secure transportation to get them from there to here. That's clearly a reimbursable. And are there ways we can help from a transit standpoint when those situations occur? Because that's not cheap, and it's also, the phone call came saying we'll keep them here for half an hour, and then we're going to let them, just release them to the community or whatever. So anyway, I'm looking for ways that we can maybe be more flexible and use some of the resources that we have from a transit standpoint to help offset that, because that's a huge cost for them.
And there is an emergency meeting that has been called for the Board of Supervisors. And one of the topics is specifically that transportation needs. And so I trust that Mr. Ortega is having conversations with Mr. Huckleberry in terms of those logistics, who's going to pay for what. That's one of the coordinating responsibilities that we all have. But Mr. Ortega, if you wanna fill in any gaps that I've left out.
Sure, Mayor, and you're exactly right. I spoke with the county minister yesterday exactly on this topic. One of the challenges, Councilman Kozachik, is that the Border Patrol will call them and say, we have 20 folks that we're going to be releasing. And so the county establishes what the transportation needs are and capacity needs are, and sends folks, and when they show up, they release 3. Or the reverse might be true as well, where it's, we're going to release 20, and they release 28. So it really has been a difficult time to identify exactly what that need is. What I will do again is reach out to the county administrator and offer our assistance. Obviously, we are partners in this, and if they do get into a situation where we need to look at some of our transit facilities, we certainly can do that, and our equipment.
Councilmember Fimbres, and then we have to move on to item 6.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was just wondering, with the announcements of city buildings openings, what does this mean for public events such as dedications, gatherings, or commemorative events such as the Cesar Chavez holiday and his birthday on March 31st?
So Mayor, Councilmember Fumitas, my expectation is that some of those will continue down the. Some of them can be in person as long as the appropriate protocols are followed, and we take our guidance obviously from the health department, both in terms of spacing and masking. But I do expect that you'll see more, we'll call them in-person opportunities for folks to gather, but again, in a very scaled back manner than what we're used to pre-pandemic.
Okay, so next Wednesday, Cesar Chavez holiday, and they want to do in a group march, a small group going over to what the dedication is where Luis Mena created the statue at 5 Points. Who do they contact, Mike?
Sure, Mayor, Councilmember Fumitas, really need to contact and coordinate with the health department to make sure that they're clear on the protocols for that. That's a difficult one. I don't believe that the county has lifted the number of folks that can gather and, quote, get a permit. Particularly when you're in, quote, a march, keeping a 6-foot separation might be a challenge. So I would encourage those organizers to immediately get in touch with the county health department. We're happy to help and happy to put them in touch with our contacts there, but that might be a tall order. I'm just letting you know up front.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember Fumitas. I think that it's important that we state to the community that appropriate mitigation measures are still necessary, right? We still need to use our masks, physically distance, wash our hands, everything that CDC has been telling us for a complete year now. Even though the vaccination process is already happening, and to the community that is eligible to get their vaccine, please do so and take advantage of testing. I know that testing numbers have plummeted, but there is still free testing for the community to tap into. And so we need to continue reminding our community that the pandemic is far from over and that we still need to be very, very careful in terms of big gatherings and mitigation measures. So with that, let's move on to item 6 so that we have a good enough time to discuss our budget. So item 6, time has been set aside for discussion of the fiscal year 21-22 budget. Mr. Manager.
Mayor, this is an ongoing conversation with you all about where we are. This is a snapshot. Again, this is real-time info as best as we can generate it and get it to you so that you see what's happening with revenues. What Jeff will be going over today also includes the FTA dollars that we received. I believe it's about $18 million. And so if you look at that working projection column in the presentation, you'll see there's about $18 million. Keep in mind that as a part of the conversation next meeting, we'll have a much more robust discussion about impacts of, staff salaries, vacancy savings, a variety of other pieces that are yet to be discussed in a holistic manner. But we'll be having those discussions with you on April 6th. This is the second meeting of the month, so we get into a little bit more detail than we normally do. Once Jeff finishes, then we will turn it over to the departments. Today we have business services, planning and development services, and economic initiatives. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jeff.
Great, thank you, Mike, Mayor, Council. I'll be brief in the statements today about the monthly update so we can get to the departments, discussion of which business services is one as well. So for looking at the monthly information, we'll look at the general fund and then HERF. As Mike mentioned, and put a memo into the package that showed or that kind of explained the timing issues we're having. we endeavor to give you the latest information as accurately as possible. So I want to apologize up front for how late that is at times, but we want to give you the best information we can to have the best discussions that we can. So we're always trying to balance those two things. So first, let's look at the general fund. As Mike mentioned, this is the first time in the projections and the working projections, and you should be able to see that on your screens, that we are seeing the $18 million of FTA funding. And that has changed our projection. Right now, we're looking at it being about 39.6 million revenue over expenditures, but that number will come down because we'll have some conversation at our next meeting about the best way to program those FTA dollars. There's a number of options out there for that, but we wanted to go ahead and start recognizing those. So when we look at this, I want to caveat that this will all change based on our next conversation and the continued budget direction. So we're starting to bake those things in. I'll go back to revenue. We continue to see a really strong revenue year. We're ahead of where we thought we would be. As of this week, we're about $500,000 ahead of where we were last year at the same time, which is pretty amazing. Considering that the first half of that year was going like gangbusters, and we were projecting huge increases in all the things that we've lost between the holidays and travel and all those other things. So we feel really good about where we are. From a revenue perspective, our state shared sales tax revenues are ahead. We're also seeing a lot of good growth in just business licenses and all those different factors. The areas where we're seeing a little bit of challenge, as can be expected, parks and recreation fees are down a little bit because we've had our centers closed. We are not seeing as many fines and forfeitures in some cases just because people aren't out doing things as much. So those are kind of a few soft spots, but on the whole, we're seeing a pretty good revenue year from that perspective. We have also made some assumptions about revenue from the marijuana sales, recreational use marijuana sales, and we're projecting that to be on the order of right around. We're thinking that's going to be right around $2 million this year. And we know that's probably a little conservative. We're not expecting to see revenue from that start coming in until about April. And then we'll see it for the last quarter. So the state projections and our projections were anywhere between 7 to 12 million. And we were thinking right around 8 million for the year. So the last quarter, we'll see. And we can tune those up when we start seeing actual dollars come in. As they've been working through. So there's a delay. If you remember, there's a delay in the sales tax numbers. So as the sales tax numbers start to show that, we'll be able to track that revenue a little and see where that's going to be at. Other than that, there's not a lot on the revenue side of concern. Like I said, it's been a really good year, and that's evidenced. If you remember, we started the year at that almost $31 million deficit, and we've climbed our way out of that. To the tune of about $20 million if you take away the 18. So about $21 million ahead. And that's the combination of savings on the expenditure side and the revenue side. On the expenditure side, we continue to experience vacancy savings is the biggest chunk of that. Some of that vacancy savings, though, I want to give a little caveat to because it's not really savings. It's taking advantage of the CRF for reimbursement. So it's time that we spent and money we've spent that we would otherwise still have spent, but we were able to recapture some of that savings. So it shows up like vacancy savings, but it's not really vacancy savings.
Jeff,
other than that,
Jeff, can
sorry,
you make
is there a question?
Can you make your slide bigger?
Yes, I can. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Is that better?
That's better.
Okay, perfect. So as you can see, and I'm talking right in this area, we're looking at about a $27 million savings, give or take, on salary and benefits between the working projection. That's all salary and benefits. That's not just salaries. But again, a part of that's due to the CRF funding that we're taking advantage of. And you can see down here the $18 million And Mike and I have been talking through it with directors, and as we work through our budget, we'll come back, like I said, next time to talk about how that can come out. And I think that in that process, the way to think of that revenue is how we did that transfer, the FTA funding this last year, where we carried it in between the years to help provide for that fair box loss of revenue and those kinds of things. So we'll continue that dialogue. So this is kind of a snapshot in time. This will absolutely change in our next meeting when we start looking at compensation and all those other things. So with that, I'll move on down to the fund balance. As you can see, we are staying at this point within our projection. We talked a little bit last time about that bridging strategy, and we will bring that back to you with a little bit more meat on that bone about how we plan to do that and how the streets maintenance money, the $14 million, and how all that kind of hangs together with that strategy. But this is kind of a current snapshot of where our projections put us, remembering that this includes the 18 million. So let's talk about HERF. We reissued this slide today, and you should have received a new updated slide. The mayor's office asked some very good questions, and we've realized it probably wasn't as clear as it could be, so we reissued the slide with some adjustment and some clarity for explanation. The biggest change that you'll see if you were looking at these and comparing them over time is that the services line is up and the road improvements looks like we're not spending anything on road improvements. That's not the case. It's a function of where we book those costs. We are doing our road improvements through our contracts. So those are really services. So the total really didn't change. It was the composition of those expenditures. And one thing to remember about the HERF fund, as we start looking at sources over and under uses as this runs out over time, the HERF funding is dedicated and you can't use it for anything but those specific items. And we plan over time to build up fund balance and to use fund balance. So unlike in the general fund where we look at it in its salaries and all those other things, salaries are a part, but we plan to use fund balance over time to do capital improvement and various projects that may, in a single year, we may not have enough funding for, but we can add funding from fund balance to create enough funding to do that. And that includes things, pairing with 407 funding to do streets or to do bike paths and those kinds of things that are tangential to our streets and those efforts. So this is, while it looks like a concerning item, right, to be over or under, just recognize that in the HERF fund, that's a planned usage and it's part of the street funding strategy. It's not because we are operating at a true cash flow deficit within that fund. It's just planned to go ebb and flow over time. And you can see that as we talk about, and I'll move on down to the fund balance. As we talk about that over time, projected down to about 2.3 million, but that's about what that fund balance on a reasonable basis can be, recognizing it's backstopped by the general fund. And if we had an emergency or a total failure, that's an entirely different problem. But we will use that over time to do additional streets projects as capacity allows and as the opportunity allows. And I think that Diana and her team at DTM are really clever and good at taking advantage and capitalizing on those opportunities to pivot to doing, to maximizing those dollars and projects and doing, listening to the public and listening through that process. So I think that that's a credit to her and her staff in that planning process. And again, we'll come back at our next meeting with some strategies on the 14 million and how to fund that. So with that, I'll take any questions on the financial update information that you may have.
Any questions from my colleagues?
No questions, Mayor. Then we'll move into the department presentations. We'll start off with Jeff Yates and Honor Kehoe, I believe, business services. So Jeff, go ahead and take it away.
Sure. Thank you, Mike. Anna, did you want to make a comment before we get started?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Jeff. Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. We're going to tag team this a little bit. Jeff will present for the business services and HR department. I just wanted to provide you with some brief history of the Department of Business Services. As you may recall, in 2017, staff initiated a consolidation of finance, procurement, and human resources to become one business services department. And as part of that consolidation, the primary change in structure was that of a matrix organization. So we created a satellite environment, solidifying it really. It existed in part, but we solidified it by providing satellites in all large departments with a direct reporting relationship into business services. So the satellite offices exist for financial, HR, and procurement services. And that includes certainly dotted line reporting relationships to those departments and directors that they service. The primary intent for consolidation was the pursuit of efficiencies and the creation of standard and consistent practices across the organization. So I can tell you that in that first year, by fiscal year 18, the consolidation realized $1.5 million in savings, and then by fiscal year 19, we were at 2.1 million. So the consolidation was successful initially and continues to be. We do still pursue the full consolidation of HR into business services. We have planned for fiscal year 22 to be one budgetary department, and it will be, consolidated in that respect. Due to a few charter requirements, we've maintained them separate for certain functions, but for all intents and purposes, and in as many ways as possible, we operate collaboratively as a business services department. Staff continues to seek those efficiencies and new ways to provide quality and flexible services to all departments in the organization. Staff always remains focused on the provision of excellent service, and they carry a very large and key role for the organization. They are great business partners to departments, experts at what they do, and responsible public stewards. So through the consolidation, we've always encouraged staff to keep their identity within their respective professions that they represent, by maintaining associations within their own professional networks and keeping up with best practices. We're all very proud of all of the staff in the various units. We have many award-winning units across the various divisions, and always strive to improve strong partnerships with departments, department directors, and with the community. So just with this as a premise, I will pass the baton over to Jeff, and he can go through his presentation of the consolidated department. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Anna. Before we get started, I do want to say I came in, I guess it's about 10 months now, give or take, close to 11 months ago, in the middle of the pandemic process, and it's just been a great experience. And I can't speak enough and highly enough about the folks that serve the city in business services and HR. I get the pleasure of serving them. It's not my department, it's their department. I just get to be the caretaker. So I really appreciate that. We've spent a lot of time in the last year doing a couple of different things that won't show up necessarily on your balance sheet, but can change the organization and be fundamentally life-changing for the employees. We spent a lot of time really focused on culture and how we approach and looking at improvement and building just strong connections and focusing on how we work with departments and work with each other during this time. And it's a challenge for what we do because, as you'll find out, we do a lot of things. They go on. I get to talk to you regularly about the high level, broad picture financial stuff, but there's very few transactions that go on in the city that we don't touch. Every 2 weeks, we pay everyone. We buy all of our goods. We procure everything the city does. So I just want to take a few minutes, kind of talk a little bit about some of the things we do, some of the initiatives we have going on. But I wanted to recognize the workforce and the folks out there doing the real work that I get to serve with every day. And they're just really good people top to bottom. And I've really enjoyed the great reception that I received from them. And it's about 250 going strong. So there's a lot of really good folks in these groups. So we provide all the financial services, cash debt management, accounting, the the budget office. The big one you saw this year, we worked a lot on debt, working with our POB transaction and several other transactions. Joyce and I were talking before she left. We have issued, in the year that I've been here, I think we've issued close to $850 million of new debt, which for a city our size is a lot going on. We have risk management, procurement, our workforce planning, which is recruitment, retention, class, and comp, which is, we'll be talking shortly about our market study in a few weeks, and our employee benefits section. So we handle all the health insurance, workers' comp, all the TSRS retirement system, the deferred comp system. So all those trust boards are all part of this group. So we do have a lot going on in BSD. And it's one of those things I like to say, BSD, if we're doing our job right, you don't really notice we're there. We're just kind of like 3M. We don't normally create things, but we make them a lot better most days. And if we're doing it right, then the organization's running smooth and we're facilitating everyone else doing their service to the public. We also have taxpayer services. And I don't want to leave Joel and his group out, because all those business license questions you get and the work that they do and working with our business community is really, really important. So a couple of things we have going on, you can read the list, so I won't go through all of them. But Anna mentioned the consolidation. We have our Workday ERP system. So if you're not familiar with ERP, that stands for Enterprise Resource Management, or ERM or ERP, and the Human Capital Management System. So we are changing over our accounting and finance systems. Ours is several years old and has kind of reached the end of life. And that's a multi-million-dollar effort that involves everyone in the city working through it, how we work with our bank accounts, how we pay people, how we manage training, all those components. So we're in that process now, and it's about a 18-month to 24-month implementation. We the big one, and that's near and dear, I know, to your hearts and mine, is the participatory budget process. This is a kind of an initiative that started last year that I got to be a part of, and you as the council really started that, and we got to join in. And it's become a real focus for what we do, so much so that we dedicated a deputy director position to helping to facilitate that. So we'll be having a new deputy director for engagement coming on shortly that will help in that process. And it's a big focus for our department, as well as working with the mayor and council staff to do that and to facilitate that process. We have our workforce management, strategic workforce management, as we start talking about comp and class and market and how we approach compensation over the next few years. This will be front and center in our conversations and how we work with our employees to ensure that we have the best and brightest working for the city, and how we retain them and how we invest in them, and working that through our compensation analysis. We have our InterGov, which is our taxpayer assistance, being able to do your transactions online. OpenGov, which you've seen, allows us to use our transparency platform. And we'll be, this year we're working toward a digital budget, which will be a little bit more interactive, which will be a little different than in the past. So we're looking forward to that. We do our health insurance and wellness, our Ignite employee development and supervisory development, Target Zero safety. You've heard a little bit about that in other departments. That's managed out of risk management, Allie and her team. And then we are working through a new concept for the city, which is enterprise risk management, which is an approach to look at all the aspects in the organization and how we approach risk, everything from liability to a safety, to all those components. You'll hear more about that. We're just starting into the analysis phase of that and starting to get ready to set that program up. Some of the challenges that some of the future initiatives we have, continuing to work with the Department of Revenue on compliance, working on cost of service models in the organization. We're restructuring off and on as we take the opportunity and look for efficiencies. The discussion we're having right now is how our hybrid workforce looks and what services we can provide online, and making those a little bit more accessible. For instance, when Mike was talking about earlier about reopening cashiers and limited space and taking appointments, we have a cashiering operation. Ours is in the first floor of City Hall. So we're working to try to help folks take advantage of the electronic opportunities. electronic payment portals and so forth. And then we have staffing and position assessments, looking at staffing levels throughout the organization. We'll spend some time in our next meeting talking about vacancies and turnover rates and those different components. Our challenges, GASB is ever changing and making financial reporting ever more complicated. We are into the 90s on pronouncements. So that means we're going out of a clip about every three or four every couple of years, and they're getting a lot more complicated. So we are having to retool our staff and rethink about how our accountants are deployed to be able to analyze, for instance, leases. One of the new pronouncements is to account for the value, cash value of leases throughout the organization. That's to and as a leaseor and a leasee. And as you're aware, the city has lots of leased land. So that'll take a full-time person and almost an entire year to maintain and get those records straight. The increasing the speed of business, this is a big one that we talk about a lot, is keeping up with the organization. It's a changing organization that is adaptive, and we have to be adaptive as well. So that's a continual review of process of our policies, of our directives, and how we do business to see if we can keep up with everyone else, because we never want to be the holdup in the process, if you will. And we want to facilitate that. And again, keeping in mind, we do all the procurement, all the payment, and all of those other things. And this is part of that matrix model, which Anna spoke of, where we have satellite folks embedded in departments and actually working with them on a day-to-day basis to help facilitate that process. And then we have our classification and compensation resources. As we move forward, beefing that group up and working through that, as we tend to do more market analysis and want to maintain and be active in that market and be a leader in the market, that's going to require additional resources to continue that process. So with that, I will turn it back to Anna or Mike or Mayor. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Mayor, on that. Would you like to get questions now, or do you want to go on to the others?
No, I think appropriate for every department. Once the presentation is done, we could ask questions.
Perfect.
Okay. I just have some questions myself. We don't see your budget presented in the presentation. Other departments have included their fees, how much is budgeted for that, and then, by the numbers, basically. So could you talk a little bit more about your budget and what the needs are in terms of funds, right? So you talked about we need a new ERP HCM system, but you don't talk about how much it would cost. So just for our own minds and our own sake, as mayor and council, can you expand a bit more on the dollars and cents?
Absolutely. So the total budget for 2021 for business services and HR put together is right at about $42.8 million. And that's mostly our operational budget. We pay debt service and those other things, but those don't come necessarily from our operational line. So that's our personnel and day-to-day operations. And that includes things like our audit contracts and those other things, as well as our personnel. For 2022, we're asking for about $43.9 million. And that includes, again, that growth in just kind of our cost and contracts and our indirect cost allocation planning and that kind of thing. The ERM, our ERP system, we are a few months into the implementation. The contract is broken up to about $4 million a year, give or take, depending upon the amount of consulting needed for implementation. The idea is that as we move off of CGI, which is our current platform, that the replacement after implementation, the replacement will be roughly cost neutral, but the implementation phases are about $8 to $9 million, give or take. And that really, like I said, it depends on as you go through each phase, because there's multiple phases. It depends on how much consulting gets done in each of those functions. We also, out of HR, manage the health insurance program, and we're looking that trust. So we're looking at how those rates are going to be impacted. We're modeling right now a 5% increase in cost to the organization as a whole, but that's not reflected in this budget. That's just as an organization as a whole. So those are the main cost drivers. We're largely personnel driven because of that. And we've done a lot with vacant positions and reclassifying. So are working with departments to kind of get positions to help serve them from them. So where we're going to be really focusing is on that comp and class and the HR side of the house, and possibly a few more positions as we go through with Mike, and working on the supplemental request and looking at what best serves the city from that perspective. Of course, this is also, we work with all of our associations, employee associations or unions, and those factors. So does that kind of help, Mayor? And it's about 250 authorized positions. We have about just a little over 200 on a daily basis.
Thank you. I do see Councilmember Santa Cruz's hand up.
Thank you, Mayor. I was wondering if our BSD staff had been participating in the mayor's budget town halls. I think it's a great place to start as we're thinking about the format of the city's public budget process and engagement. So I'm just hoping, that we're connecting the pieces as you're already kind of laying a framework for that as we move forward.
That's a good question, Councilman. So we have been. I'm the chat. So whenever Charlene and I have been chatting with all the folks at each meeting, and then looking at who's in the meeting, I've seen multiples of my staff actually participating in the meeting, both as residents and in helping me behind the scenes with the information. So we've worked closely with the mayor's office and Lane Mandel in the manager's office to participate in that process and setting that up. So we're getting that first seat experience and looking forward to continuing that process and building on it into the future.
And thank you, Councilmember Santa Cruz, for the kudos on that. Yeah, no, this is definitely a partnership between my office. Jeff, like he said, has been incredible in terms of, he's very active in the chat and encourages people to participate with questions and commentary. But city manager's office, different departments have been very, very committed to making these town halls work. And it's another reason why I think it's a great idea to be able to have a person in HR and business services that is focused on engagement, and how we expand what we're already working on, right? So last Saturday, we had over 100 people participate in the budget town hall. And the previous town hall, we had over 90 people participate. So they're going wonderful. The next one is happening this Saturday. So hopefully you all can share with your residents, because I think generally people have really loved them. So thank you. Any other questions for this department? Alrighty, I don't see any. So let's move on, Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. So with that, we'll go to economic initiatives. So Barb, take it away.
All right, thank you very much, and good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, members of council. And I do believe that Jeff is going to share our slides, or Roger will, somebody. So as that's coming up, thanks for this opportunity to share a brief update. It has been a whirlwind of a year. Our team has worked hard and we reacted quickly to the impacts of the pandemic on small business. So you see some of the images here reflecting that. Mayor, your desire to have a team of small business navigators ended up being a very important part of our outreach to help businesses throughout the last 12 months. Our team created weekly webinars reaching over 3,000 people. We delivered 135 business connection kits in a socially distanced manner and created access to innovative marketing platforms like Hound and True Local that showcase over 140 Tucson businesses. And just with the MyHound app alone, we've helped generate over $36,000 directly into local businesses, representing a 12-to-1 return on our investment with CARES relief funds. So that's just another good example. Next slide, please. So we've been doing all of that in addition to the core economic development activities such as business attraction and business retention expansion efforts. The highlights shown here of our division over the past 2 years demonstrate the work achieved by a very small but mighty team. More than 3,800 jobs created and $687 million in capital attracted to Tucson. Now, again, a reminder, these numbers only reflect projects that we touched or assisted in some way. So by no means does it reflect all the activity that comes in and out of Tucson. We did bring you 8 incentive agreements and 7 annexation agreements for a total of just over 232 acres added to the city. So I thought it would be helpful for you to see how we compare, how we stack up compared to cities our size of about 500,000 population. Actually, El Paso has closer to about 600,000 people, but you can see these cities have 2 and 3 times the staff size and budget for economic development purposes. So I just thought it was important to get a sense of how we compare in our competitive set of cities. Next slide, please. So let's take a look at FY22. There are 4 goals we've identified here for budget purposes. The first is the update of our comprehensive economic development strategic plan, something, Mayor, you mentioned in your State of the City. We have not done this since 2015, and absolutely with a new mayor and council in place and coming out of this pandemic, it's an appropriate time to do this. And this funding would ensure we can hire a consultant to guide us through this process, which we plan for this coming fall. The next 2 goals speak to human capital needs. Upon completion of the comprehensive economic development strategy, we know some key programs may be outlined in the areas of small business assistance and international business development. And we need to expand our bandwidth and have bilingual skills in-house in order to effectively move forward in these areas and to expand the diversity of our own team that better reflects the geography of our community. So last, for this year, we have an ask that to continue basically the Visual Improvement Grant Program for property owners who wish to make exterior improvements to their business storefronts. This was another important small business opportunity and an opportunity for revitalization in key commercial corridors. It definitely helps make a visible impact when we can put in place exterior improvements along these corridors. And finally, I'll leave you with an idea as we consider growing our economic development efforts in future years. We've learned most recently from the work of Dr. Gary Paivo that placekeeping is very important in protecting the cultural heritage of our community and the things that make Tucson unique and continue to attract employers and residents alike, which is absolutely also an economic development purpose. So the creation of a cultural affairs division under economic initiatives would link those 2 pieces and give a strategic methodology around promoting placemaking or placekeeping, as it were, and public art initiatives, in addition to helping foster a community of inclusion, which these activities often do. And with that, I'll take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate your presentation, Barbara. You've done an excellent job, by the way. We were just talking about community engagement. I just want to commend you again for the process that our office and other offices, council offices, engage with you on, and the community with the Central Business District. And I know that those presentations and that process is ongoing, but I wanted to commend you for your work on that, and you and your team's work on that. You're doing an amazing job, and the work that you've done during this year for help and assistance for small businesses and economic development has been really incredible. So I want to congratulate you and commend you for a really wonderful job, especially those small business navigators and all of the web seminars that you did to help the community and the small businesses navigate this pandemic. You know, directed them towards grants and loans, and all of this work is really commendable. And thank you for taking serious my interest, and this is the interest for all of the city of Tucson, to reimagine and rework the comprehensive economic development strategy. Even though we have to invest a little bit of money for the CEDS, this particular economic development strategy prepares the city of Tucson to be eligible for federal funds for economic development. And so, very important investment that we have to make, and it really could line us up for federal funds, and it puts together a strategy as to how we're going to grow and where we want to focus as a community and as mayor and council. The monolingual Spanish-speaking business community, that would be a permanent small business navigator.
So the idea is to increase our efforts to reach the monolingual Spanish-speaking business community that exists here in Tucson. And we need a more effective way to do that. We need the skills, we need the cultural connection. So a small business development coordinator in that role would help us in that regard. And we could create some hands-on approaches, provide more technical assistance and connections to resources so that they can be successful.
So it would be a bilingual skills individual to help navigate. And then you have the second one, which is the international trade specialist. This is something that we had created lots of years back, before you got here to the city of Tucson. Would that be reviving that particular position and then some?
That's correct. The idea is to have some expertise in the area of connecting business and industry across border. Many of our companies do business on both sides, manufacturing and large industry in particular, and to be able to help connect both for success, but also so that companies internationally looking to locate here have someone and have that ground support when they're here and soft landing support. And then when our companies here are looking for opportunities internationally, they have someone to help make those connections as well. So again, I see that as a key role and a very niche focus.
Absolutely. I do see Councilmember Santa Cruz's hand up, and I did see Councilmember Ulick's hand up, but I don't see it anymore. So Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I also second what the mayor shared with you, Barbara, of the work that y'all have embarked in the past year, and really appreciate how quickly y'all pivoted to include community engagement into the different programs that we're developing within the city. My question regarding the presentation is, how can we better integrate services so that they're accessible for all our communities? So instead of just adding one, Spanish-speaking business development specialist, can we look at hiring multiple bilingual business coordinators as well? And then as we're approaching the comprehensive economic development strategy, I think we also just need to continue to think about language accessibility when hiring a consultant to do this work citywide.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Mayor, Councilmember Santa Cruz. We certainly need to get the bilingual skill set in our office quickly, and absolutely the two positions envisioned should be bilingual for the roles that they take on. And then moving forward, as you suggest, to create more access, I think it's good. We need to be able to start with the personnel first and grow that. And we also need to utilize and leverage our resource partners in the community that also have those skill sets, and someone who can coordinate that effort could exponentially increase our ability to reach the clients that need that language in the experience, in that customer experience. So I agree with you, but I'm not going to step out in front of my city manager and say we have unlimited funds to do that right away. I think we have to take steps in that direction and make that commitment. And to your point about bilingual skills with consultants, absolutely. We had even an experience this during this pandemic year of utilizing a consultant for some skills that also enabled us to reach small business with Spanish speaking abilities. We need to do that in all of our procurement efforts with consulting, that as we take on these large scale community engagement type of efforts or any kind of stakeholder process, that we are being able to meet people where they're at and in the languages that they speak. And so we're gonna absolutely include that in our discussion of review of consulting teams that fit the bill for that.
Councilmember, did you have another another question? No. I wanted to poke a little on the Cultural Affairs Division for future consideration, because for me, I understand how important arts and culture are for economic development. And, you know, Mayor and Council understands that because we put funds, CARES funds, into being able to save entertainment venues and arts and culture activities, etc. And so what are you thinking? Expand on the idea, please.
Thank you, Mayor. It became clear, especially in light recently of some of the research report, as I mentioned, that Gary Paivo did, but also in my economic development training with the International Economic Development Council. It's a topic of conversation across the country that is important. Placemaking that attracts industry, it attracts creative class, which is talent and workforce. It attracts people to live and play here. And now that Tucson has positioned itself as really well positioned as a recipient for a lot of the movement that we're going to see in migration of people from all over, leaving more dense urban areas and choosing Tucson as a mid-sized city that is known for its quality of life. So all those things, it's the arts and culture that speak to that and that attract. And so companies even furthermore want to align with places that have the same goals for their own diversity and cultural and heritage connections. They want to align with communities as like we have done with that are committed to climate change and other activities. So it's all part of just being a place that people want to be and that companies will choose going forward.
Well, that excites me tremendously, because I'm working on efforts, you know, to be able to highlight the UNESCO, that we're 1 and 2 UNESCO cities of gastronomy, that, you know, we're scheduled, according to Moody's Analytics, to be one of the top 10 cities for recovery, but that Tucson has, you know, now that I'm actually having conversations with the U.S. Conference of Mayors and other mayors throughout the country, Tucson is known for the arts and culture that we have to offer, that we have a funky vibe that that really has brought us in a lot of funds, that we have a downtown that is very unique, because the majority of our downtown businesses are small, locally owned businesses. So we have cultural corridors that are not found in many other places. So I do want to make sure that your office can work on those issues with Visit Tucson and you know, the UNESCO City of Gastronomy, etc. So that's great. That is very encouraging.
Awesome, thank you.
Alrighty, any other questions by my colleagues? Hearing none, let's move on, Mr. Ortega.
Yes, Mayor, and so the final presentation today is Planning and Development Services. So with that, I'll turn it over to Director Scott Clark. Scott?
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Council. Thank you for having me. And I'm wondering if Roger's got my presentation up because I can't see it. There we go. Thank you. So Tucson is growing. What you're looking at right now is a valuation trend line. And what construction valuation is the private investment in the city in the terms of materials and cost of construction minus land. So it's the apex matrix of telling you how you're doing on development activity. So what you can see is over a decade ago, we were still climbing out of the recession. We had a construction valuation in 2011 of $410 million. As we moved through the 2000s and we got to the Mayor and Council's infill and incentive district policy and the streetcar in 2015, you begin to see that line climb as investment began to pour into downtown Tucson because of the IID and because of the stability of the streetcar. So you rapidly went from the 400 millions to the 700 millions, a small dip in 2018, and then it's continued to take off. So you've been in a period of sustained growth. Last year was our biggest year ever, or so we thought, at 814 million. And again, we are seeing the commercial retail continue to move due to the infill incentive district. And then we hit 2020, the year of the pandemic, in which we all thought the economy was going to crash. What happened instead was a pandemic boom. And so we're projecting now that we'll probably see 860 million in construction valuation. Permit applications in 2019 to us were 214 a week. In 2020, there were 294 a week. And right now we're averaging 367 permit applications a week. It's just pouring into PDSD. Financially, growth has not slowed down. We've seen the strongest second and third quarter in 6 years. So whatever is driving the economy right now, it's continuing to drive it and it's continuing to drive the development. What we've also seen in Tucson is return of the single-family residential start. In 2016, we processed 539 single-family residential units. Today, in 2021, we're up to 953 units. And you may recall in January, you authorized during the consent agenda another 5 plats. That was another 600 new lots coming on board. So single family has taken off again in Tucson. So we're in sustained growth. We're in a pandemic boom for which we can't really explain why it continues. The only area where we've seen things slow down a bit is downtown in the IID, and we think that will probably recover as the pandemic wanes. So sustained growth, and now you're entering a time of policy development. So Roger, if you could change slides for me. So we have the sustained growth. Now you're moving into this policy development phase. So we need to be not only a development review center, but a center of advanced planning excellence. So we've done development great in the last 5 or 6 years. Where we've been shy is advanced planning. And that's been because Plan Tucson was adopted. That's been due to the pandemic reductions in staffing. And we've been bringing some advanced planners back on. You've seen them, Corin Manning, Elisa, Dan Bursick, an excellent nucleus for doing advanced planning. So what we're looking to do is beef up that capability so we can shape sustainable, inclusive growth policies. This is a heavy engagement process. So we'll be seeking to do more online engagement, interactive websites and virtual meetings, radio, local television, of course, the in-person town halls, and improve and increase our bilingual and multilingual outreach capabilities. Policy development will require a robust public engagement. And so when you look at, for example, neighborhood planning like Menlo Park, historic preservation zones, neighborhood preservation zones, and then we're moving on to equitable transit-oriented development, which will require extensive public outreach, accessory dwelling units, which we're doing right now. And finally, the big one is Plan Tucson, which is a citywide effort that touches almost every department within the city. That will require citywide public engagement, and we need to get prepared for that. So to update the city general plan, we'll integrate and build on long-range planning projects currently underway, including Move Tucson, One Water 21 Housing, One Water 2100, City and County Housing Study, and the Climate Action Plan. Once we move into Plan Tucson, that's about a 3-year planning effort. We expect to start that at the end of this year or early next year, pending Mayor and Council guidance. And as these other plans get completed, and we can use them to inform Plan Tucson. So as I mentioned before, you've had record-breaking development. So that has put a good deal of stress on the existing staff we've had. I talked about the increase in the number of permits, both commercial, retail, and single family. But the other thing that's going on is the complexity of development in Tucson has changed. When I issue a permit for a single family home, that plan set weighs less than a pound. It takes about 2 hours to review it and an inspector. So that's my rowboat. When I issue a permit for a skyrise, that's my aircraft carrier. That takes multiple weeks of review, multiple professions reviewing it, mechanical, electrical, structural, fire, water. It's very intense. And we spend about 10 times the amount of time reviewing a high rise that we would a house. And it requires almost virtual daily contact of a couple hours a day of an inspector being on that site. So it takes us a lot of time and energy as these high rises come in. We've got about a dozen high rises under construction right now, apartments, student housing towers, some hospitals going in, airport fuel storage, Amazon, Raytheon are examples that have gone in that have required this additional complexity of review and inspection. We're struggling to keep inspectors, partially because of the pay scale in Tucson. Once we train them, they're able to move to Marana, Sahuarita, Oro Valley, Phoenix, Chandler, and make considerably more money. We'll take a look at what the market study's going to provide that the city manager has, and we've also taken an interim step to set a false floor to keep the group that we've got trained here. Finally, I want to talk about the operations transition next. So about 3 years ago, we began transitioning everything over to digital. So you saw us develop the websites for Notice Tucson, the development activity map, Map Tucson. We provided websites for all the ward offices to access what development activity was going on in their sites. We initiated the onboarding of a new development permit system, the first one in 25 years, and we're also doing virtual inspections. So we had almost most of our activities to digital when COVID-19 hit and we were pushed off site. That was changing horses in midstream, and we had to essentially invent an interim permitting system to talk from our offsite to our onsite. And I want to thank Dan Bursick and IT for making that happen, because that allowed us to accept all applications digitally and begin to catch up on the backlog that was incurred when we were first offsite. So the new permitting system will be coming on board in June. This system has a customer portal, which will allow applicants as well as the reviewers to see where the applications are in the process, how long they've been there, what activities are occurring. We'll be doing the formal lunch in June. And over the next 2 months, May and June, we'll be training over 200 staff from 6 different departments how to use the new permitting system. So it's quite an activity. The other step we're taking is Tucson's Development Services has 50 years of paper and microfiche records. We're digitizing that and converting it electronically, so you'll be able to access your records online. The next step we're taking, and we've had some cities fly in and take a look at this, North Las Vegas and some consulting teams out of California, to take a look at how we're doing virtual inspections. So most of our inspections, about 90% now, you call in, you take out your iPhone, you show us what we need to see, we're able to sign off that way. This allowed us to keep up with inspections with a small staff and then reduce our COVID exposure while still maintaining public safety. So we've been an example for other jurisdictions. We've also developed our partnership with Pima County. As this development role came in, we got with the county. We were able to develop an IGA that allowed them to review our single family residential and some of our additional tenant improvements, and that's been working great. Pima County is also seeing a development boom now, so they've had to push back on us just a little bit and say, all right, send us about 60 a week, and that's about what we can happen. Finally, with this increase in business, we've seen more and more calls coming into PDSD. We have not been able to manage the call volume. We conducted a small study. We're looking at developing a call center to handle that with subject matter experts who can direct those calls to the right technical expert to get them through the process. So we're going to look at doing continuous improvement and ongoing investment. One of the things, if you haven't been downtown lately, if you see the picture above that fourth column there, that is the new Tucson Development Center. It is a one-stop shop that will house PTSD, DTM, fire, water, and business services. So it's one place that you go to submit your plans, get them reviewed, make your payment, get your questions asked, and out the door you go. All the coordinating staff necessary to review those plans and answer those questions are there. So you're no longer going to leave PTSD and walk over to business services and pay your fees, or walk over to fire and get your fire plans reviewed, or walk over to water in July and get your water plans reviewed and pay for it. It's going to happen in one shop. I talked about replacing the permitting system. The one we have now has been here since 1995. It really doesn't do anything well at this point. So the new one will be onboarding in June. We are looking to expand our public engagements capabilities. Once you move into this heavy advanced planning, that is very public process oriented. You have to make contact with the public frequently and continuously to continue your message, to continue your education, to get their feedback, to bring back informed decision-making for mayor and council to shape policies. Finally, the last time we looked at development fees in the city of Tucson was based on a 1995 cost of service study. There was a development fee increase in 2010. It is probably time to take a look at this again. We are streamlining the current fee structure so we can get it loaded into the permitting system and probably use it for about a year. But I am suggesting after 11 years, it's probably time to take a look at your development fees. Next slide, please. So to deal with the increase in development, the need to address advanced planning needs and keep our technology current, in FY21, we had an $8.2 million budget. We got a boost in the middle of the year, about $800,000 for new positions, because as you may recall, we were going underwater. And so for FY22, we're requesting $11.2 million. 300,000 of that will go towards Plan Tucson sustainability and neighborhood planning. We're asking for 19 positions because, like Barb's group, we're substantially short. My nearest competitor is El Paso. They're at 123. I'm at 67. I'm not asking to go up to 123, but I am looking to increase my staffing to manage both planning and the development rush. And finally, technology and under $40,000 to replace iPads that walk around in the sun and get overheated, get new laptops and docking stations, because as we've gone from this off-site environment, people are working from the office and at home. They're taking laptops, they're using docking stations, so we've got a technology need. So FY20, our revenue is $12.1 million, which was remarkable considered we're in the middle of a pandemic. We're projecting 11.6 for 21, and in 22, we're looking at 12 again. My uncertainty here is we saw something like this, though, in 2008. I don't think we're seeing the same conditions as the overall economy is robust. It's not just the housing market that's driving it, but with the pandemic and a lot of smaller businesses going under, my concern is some of what we're seeing may be false. So that's the projection, but we do need to keep an eye on this, like Jeff mentioned earlier. So my supplemental request is $2.2 million. And again, that's to deal with my advanced planning and my onrush of continued development activity. So subject to your questions, and I guess going back to where Barbara was on this, so we are attracting business, we are attracting talented individuals to move to Tucson. We are mentioned in one of the magazines, I think it was Moody's or Forbes, that this is a city to recover from the pandemic end. I don't see our growth stopping. We know that we're seeing migration from California, Oregon, Colorado, and Washington. They're coming to Tucson. The average growth rate in Tucson is 1.08, or actually Arizona is 1.08 versus the national average, which is 0.05. So the state's growing faster than the rest of the nation now. So with that, subject to your questions, that concludes my presentation.
Yeah, Scott, does your $2.2 million additional request, that includes the $300,000 for Plan Tucson and the 19 new possible positions, correct?
Honorable Mayor and Council, yes, it does.
Okay. And then when you talk about inclusive public engagement and expanding public engagement capabilities, is this the Plan Tucson and the planning piece of your department? And are these strategies inclusive to bilingual or monolingual Spanish populations?
Mayor Romero, Honorable Mayor and Council, primarily it is for the advanced planning effort. There will be some that goes to the current development services effort because we need to do continuous education there, but that's not the major slice. And then yes, we are looking to greatly enhance our bilingual, multilingual capabilities. We're looking to have a bigger online presence to be able to do surveys. One of the struggles we've had, and you've seen this, is when we do public outreach, sometimes it's a family reunion. We walk in a room and we know everyone by name and they have the same comments they did a year ago. We know their positions. So I think if you look at Barbara's Central Business District effort and then the most recent Mayor and Council town halls regarding the budget, that to me is a better way of doing business. I looked at Boulder, Colorado. As they were working through housing, what you saw was the outreach efforts were getting down into microbrews and all kinds of places where people were gathering to shape policy because they had a housing crunch also. And it was the younger millennials and the Generation Z was leading the charge on that. Yeah. So we have to go where they are and communicate with them in the means that they use. Otherwise, we're really not getting a comprehensive input in the policy.
And don't forget Generation X. Who's on those on the tail end of Generation X. I'm just saying, I want to be included in that innovative crowd. Anyway, I think I've been saying this since for years now, which is besides reacting to the needs of the community in your department, which you have been doing very well, especially when we had to switch from in-person to virtual work. I know that you got stuck there for a bit, but with the infusion of 8 additional positions, I think that it started moving up again. There's a lot of good conversations coming from your department, Scott. I love the idea of being able to have that, the neighborhood planning efforts, but there's more need in that, right? There's more need in neighborhood planning efforts throughout the city of Tucson. And for me, what I'd like to see as we move into the new, into this new year and the new fiscal year into 22, is I want to restart the conversation about corridors and investments in corridors in our community, and how do we best take advantage of the empty storefronts, mostly big boxes within the city of Tucson, and kill a couple of birds with one stone in terms of how we plan mixed uses into those areas. And of course, we're going to have conversations with the property owners and with the neighborhoods surrounding those corridors. But we have needs, right? The city of Tucson has needs in terms of affordable housing and affordable senior housing and affordable family housing. And hopefully affordable home ownership opportunities. How do we best take advantage of the land that we have in corridors that need investment? I'm thinking First Avenue, 22nd Street from Alvernon to Kolb. How do we take advantage of there being empty storefronts and us having needs? We have needs to make sure that our communities have accessible, safe, affordable public transit. And as we learned with Info Incentive District, that when we create the opportunities for density, we create opportunities for mixed uses. And so I really want to put on your radar the corridors concepts that we have been talking about for a couple of years now. It would be wonderful to be able to add some mixed uses into areas that right now maybe we have an empty big box, but we could have some mixed uses on the bottom, and then maybe some growth, especially if it's growth up 2, 3, 4 stories, that we can build some affordability and mixed income opportunities. So I just want to make sure that I'm putting this conversation out there again, because that would be part of the important planning efforts that we have to continue pushing in the city of Tucson. And I do see Councilmember Santa Cruz's hand up, as well as Councilmember Cunningham. Council member, should I go to Councilmember Cunningham and then come back? Councilmember Cunningham?
On that 2.2 million, does that include the some of the compensation packages and the compensation changes that we're making?
The 2.2 million, let me get back to you on whether that was included in this or not. I don't have a good answer for you on that.
Look, I understand the ask, but I kind of want the holistic look at how that's going to roll, man, because right now what you're telling me is we've already put a bunch of stuff into this budget, and we're adding things here and there, and we're making pretty responsible choices on it. And now we got another 2.2 million to keep up with growth. And I'm saying, hey, look, man, we just changed the impact fees so that growth would kind of pay for itself here, and to delve another 2.2 into the general fund on top of what your total request is holistically, that it's fine. I get why. I just want to be sure what I'm paying for, because if we're going 11, 12, 13% over, we're going to have that's not going to be easy. That's not going to be easy. So just keep that in mind, and let's just be smart about how we're going about it. I think you and I and the manager can get together and kind of just at least take some analysis on how much we can afford to subsidize this department this year.
Okay.
Councilmember Santa Cruz, are you ready?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I did some weird feature where I divided my screen, but then I couldn't find the unmute button after that. So I'm sorry about that. So thank you, Mayor. Scott, I guess the question that I had, I know that in the past we've kind of done just like our legal requirement for any public meetings and the notifications, that we have to do. And as we look at how we increase and our public engagement and engage, hard to reach communities, that it's a lot more work than just posting a public meeting. And so thank you for working with us on that. But are y'all kind of creating a framework for like maybe a menu of options for how you do the different kinds of public or community engagement that goes beyond our legal requirement? And is that reflected in the budget that you're proposing?
Honorable Mayor and Councilmember Santa Cruz. So yes, that is reflected in the budget. We are developing a framework. The amount of public participation that currently goes on, I think, leads to some of the problems you see when we show up in front of Mayor and Council, because it's a neighborhood meeting, maybe two, maybe a meeting at Planning Commission, and then we take this topic that's hot and has a timeline that's had minimal public engagement, and we show up in front of you with it. Well, it's still on fire. Really don't want to go down that road anymore. And so when you have meaningful, effective public engagement where people feel they were at least heard and you paid attention to them, when it comes to mayor and council, those policies usually come about a lot smoother. So I have not enjoyed our public process here in Tucson since I got here. I would like to change it. I think it is important that you reach out to a broader public and get as many people that are affected by it indirectly or directly and indirectly as possible. So you're coming back to mayor and council fully informed. We still get surprised sometimes because one meeting doesn't do it, our website doesn't cover it. So you do need to spend more time in the field. You do need to have a better website. You do need to talk about it on the radio and television, what you're doing. And we just don't have the horsepower to pull that off right now. So, yes.
We need to create a framework, Mr. Manager, that creates different, like a menu of different options as to what are acceptable and functioning community engagement strategies, so that the departments understand, hey, there's a menu here, you can use this particular model that we've used before that people have liked and that we've been successful in getting community input on. But we could further investigate and dive into that in another study session. Councilmember Fimbres and then Councilmember Kozachek.
Thank you, Scott, for your efforts. You've done an outstanding job because this is right now we've got lots of permitting. I like that 90% virtual permitting is good. We looked at a universal permitting like we can do what the county's been doing or mirror what they're doing and what we're doing. Other like Marana, Oro Valley, etc. That we can all work together and get better services and cut some of the downtime down. The other question I have is I know you got 13 vacancies and you said you got 7 or 6 in training now.
Yeah, we've got 13 vacancies. I think we have 6 offers out right now, and we still got a couple more recruitments going on. But that's coming around. We are getting some good people from different areas of the country and some returning to Tucson. Evidently, Tucson's a desirable city to return back to. As far as the what I'd call uniform or regional standards, so Carla Blackwell and myself have been talking about how we can start doing that between the city and the county. How do we make standards more congruent with one another so it's not different between jurisdictions? The other thing we're talking about is developing shared capabilities between the staffs. So if they have a long-range planner who may have a little bit of slack time, they know Tucson's system and Tucson's code and Tucson's plans well enough to come over and work with us and vice versa. The one partnership that's really taken off very well, Corn Manning reached out to the National Resource Energy Lab and Tesla about 7 months ago. They have a new solar review and permitting application. We told them that we wanted to beta test that. We brought that here, got together with the county, and based on where we are in our permit system, they were in a better position to take it and run. So that system is on board now, and we'll be able to do solar reviews in about a day. We're waiting for the final word from in our National Resource Lab to tell us to take off. But that was a joint activity. Our solar reviews are going over to the county right now and getting turned around. Tucson is doing thousands of solar installations a year versus hundreds like you're seeing in California. So that's going to continue to grow. So Council Member Fimbres, the more we can make these codes uniform, the better we can train the two staffs. Yes. And if we can expand that out to the other jurisdictions and start doing some regional planning, that would be beneficial. What you're going to see is Sahuarita, Oro Valley, Tucson, and Marana grow into each other. If you don't have those type of plans worked out and those type of intergovernmental agreements for how you're going to manage each other's traffic and other needs, it begins to become a mess. So yes, we need to do that.
Now, the 13 positions you're vacant, that only gives you a total of 67. For the size of our city, is that enough staffing to get things done in a timely manner for our business community? Or do you need more workers?
We, in my opinion, Honorable Council Member Fimbres, we do need more staff. The city manager stood up a committee to take a look at PDSD. They have come back and recommended that we do kind of a PDSD 2024 study to take a look at technology, policy, process, and staffing. I think that's a good thing to do because, again, The work we're doing is evolving as the city grows and becomes more complex. So the compensatory capabilities of PTSD need to change also. So what do we need to look like to keep up with our community? Ideally, I think for the development services side of the house, if we've got about 80 to 90, we can get by. It's the advanced planning that worries me. You've only got really 2 that can stay actively engaged right there, and the rest are kind of caught up in grant projects where they're committed. So I'd like to grow advanced planning, and I would have liked to grow our development review section. So we've got the building safety and the inspectors on board. The other thing I'm going to face is when the recession hit in 2008, a lot of the trades that were involved in development got out. They said, we're done. Too many bankruptcies, too many crashes. We can't handle this. As a result, my building safety crew, every last one of them is beyond retirement age. They can walk out the door at any point in time. So I'm expecting to see some more turnover occur there to where we're going to have to hire. And we're not growing this new skill set. One of the things we need to take a look at in Tucson is the Pima College, University of Arizona, City of Tucson, Pima County collaboration to grow these skills, to be able to do planning, to do review, and do inspection.
Okay. Well, let me know how we can help, because that you're bringing some valuable resources for us, and it's a seller's market right now, as people have mentioned. We have lots of growth and opportunities, but we need to have the staffing ready there. The other thing I wanted to talk to you about was IT. Do we have the capability to do online changing to permitting, et cetera, where the inspector goes out and needs the changes so we can get it done quicker and better turnaround?
So, Honorable Council Member Fimbres, Honorable Mayor and Council. So yes, we're doing virtual inspections now. They enter their inspections as they go. So you can go to the portal and see what the inspection comments were. That's been a little rough lately because when we made the transition off-site, we were dealing with software that really didn't like to do that. So again, Colin Boyce's group and Dan Bursick took some bubblegum and baling wire and strung some software together and made it work until the permit system comes online.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Michael, and the Madam Mayor for moving on this area. Thank you.
Councilmember Kosacik, and then we'll have to move on to the next item.
Yeah, just real quickly. When is Plan Tucson due again statutorily? Because it takes quite a bit of time to do that outreach.
2023.
Oh my God. We got to get on that. That's like now.
Yeah, and ideally, we, as you mentioned, Scott, we add the climate action and adaptation plan into Plan Tucson, so that those 2 planning efforts are included for voter approval, because we still have to do voter approval of that plan as well. So, yeah, lots of work ahead, but hopefully some good, innovative, sustainable, good work. So your dream addition to your budget is 2.2 million. Am I correct?
Honorable Mayor and Council, that is my dream this year. Yes.
Okay. Okay. All righty. Thank you so much. Really appreciate your presentations.
My boss is smiling at me. I'm not sure what that means.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Thank you so much. Now we move on to item 7. Everyone's ready to move forward. Item 7, time has been set aside for discussion with the State Historic Preservation Office on issues affecting our preservation policy. Mr. Manager, I took the liberty to invite Mr. Chris Cody here tonight in preparation for the next 2 items that we will be discussing in terms of the historic preservation zones. Mr. Cody is an attorney and the Deputy Arizona State Historic Preservation Officer. Mr. Cody holds a bachelor's degree in history and English from the University of Wisconsin-Madison, a Juris Doctorate from the University of South Carolina, a Master's of Preservation Studies from Tulane University, and he is a past participant in the International Institute for Cultural Preservation at the University of Siena in Italy. You know, I wanted to see Mr. Clerk if Mr. Cody is available and with us.
I am, Your Honor.
Oh, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you for joining us. You know, I just wanted to kind of set the stage for you, Mr. Cody. I know that 2 years ago, SHPO notified the Tucson Pima County Historical Commission in the city of Tucson staff that the city of Tucson and Pima County needed to establish independent historic preservation, 2 independent historic preservation commissions. And so we needed to do that in order to maintain a certified CLG status. This needs to be completed immediately. So I would love for you to talk to us about, you know, talk to Mayor and Council about this issue. And then I'd also love for you to be able to talk about how SHPO could help the city of Tucson with the establishment of this independent historic preservation commission, and then also the holistic evaluation of Tucson's historic preservation protections and processes. And then also if you can touch base on the possibility of expanding a historic preservation zone and creating a new one, because I know for a fact that there are concerns about Proposition 207. So with that, I would love to turn over the mic to you so that you can help us prepare for what lies ahead of us. Thank you for being with us today.
Well, Honorable Mayor and members of Council, thank you so much for that kind introduction and for the invitation to speak with you today about historic preservation in Tucson. I do have a few slides that I'd like to share with all of you.
Alrighty, do you have access to sharing?
I believe that I do.
Okay. Excellent, we can see that.
Wonderful. Well, again, thank you so much for the kind introduction. I am Chris Cody, your Deputy State Historic Preservation Officer. Our office is located in Phoenix, and we are a division of Arizona State Parks and Trails, but we are an interesting hybrid entity in that we have both state and federal authorities. We serve as a resource for Tucson and communities around the state, engaging in historic preservation. And we have a wonderful working relationship with your Historic Preservation Officer, Jody Brown, and with their staff, as well as with members of the preservation community in Tucson, including the Tucson Preservation Foundation. I would be remiss if I didn't praise your overall community commitment to preservation and the fine work that your staff and many, many community volunteers do on behalf of preservation. So thank you very much also, all of you here on the call, for everything that you yourselves do to help preserve Tucson's cultural and historical heritage. So you mentioned, Madam Mayor, the Certified Local Government Program. That is our office's primary avenue of engagement with Tucson. The Certified Local Government Program is a federal program that's run through the National Park Service. Currently, there are 31 communities across Arizona that participate in it. The requirements to be a certified local government are fairly simple, to have a historic preservation ordinance and to have a commission that enforces that ordinance. But it's a very important certification to have because it is required to receive federal pass-through grants for historic preservation projects. And I know that our office has awarded many of those grants in past years, including, I believe, 2 from our last grant cycle to Tucson. An additional benefit of being a certified local government is we're able to delegate some compliance work to your local historic preservation office if it is adequate to handle that workflow, which Tucson's is. So things for infrastructure projects that would otherwise have to come to our office in Phoenix, you're able to handle at a local level for compliance reviews because of this certification. We are the statewide administrator and provide technical expertise to participating communities. That is why I'm here today, to provide you all with some technical expertise in historic preservation, and also to talk a little bit about the current issue that has already been raised about splitting the historical commission that y'all presently have. Mayor Romero is correct that in March of 2019, we notified both the Tucson-Pima County Historical Commission and the City of Tucson staff that each entity needed to establish their own historical commissions. The reason behind that is fairly simple. Every CLG is supposed to have their own commission. Obviously, it's not a hard rule. The Tucson-Pima County situation does exist, but it is certainly not a best practice for these hybrid commissions to exist. Having a joint commission is unnecessary if there are enough members and interested participants from each CLG to have their own commissions. And commissions should be exclusive to the municipality or county that it represents, so that it can be aligned with city and county planning documents and priorities without having to balance the needs of another jurisdiction. This is fairly simple. You don't want people making historic preservation decisions for Tucson that are not appointed by Tucson City Council members and that are there representing a different entity. There is no reason, if you have enough folks to have your own commission, why you should even create the opportunity for any of those conflicts to occur. So changing to have individual commissions or committees is something that can be accomplished fairly quickly by action of City Council. We believe that the guidelines and processes and policies that the existing commission has are presently adequate and could simply be assumed by the new independent Tucson Historic Preservation Commission. However, any change like this is a wonderful opportunity to go and do a holistic examination of historic preservation processes and protections. And there are several other aspects of Tucson's preservation scheme that differ from what is generally represented as best practices. There are certainly opportunities to hear from stakeholders, both in neighborhoods and preservation advocates, but also from the business community and development community to identify areas where there are opportunities for improvement. And the State Historic Preservation Office is fully prepared to assist the City of Tucson with that process. We are available to provide technical assistance for the action of establishing your own committee or commission, but we're also available for the long haul to help with the larger endeavor of, in connection with that change to having your own independent commission, to evaluate your own processes. We do have grant money available through our certified local government pass-through grants to help with the hiring of a consultant if the city deems that to be necessary as part of that larger evaluation. We are happy to have further discussions with mayor, council, and city staff about how SHPO can support you in making this change that we requested 2 years ago, and in using that opportunity to overall try and make preservation in Tucson work better for everyone. So next, I was asked briefly to speak about issues that many municipalities encounter with expanding historic preservation districts and establishing new historic preservation districts. The issue that continually is brought up is Proposition 207 and interpretations of it that would seem to preclude the establishment of new historic preservation protections and designations. I need to preface and disclaim what I'm about to say by making it absolutely clear that this is not legal advice that you're receiving from the state of Arizona. This is our office's, the State Historic Preservation Office's position as subject matter experts in preservation law and preservation planning. And we explicitly encourage you to consult with your own attorney. Every community is different, and we're happy to have any conversations with your legal representation moving forward about any of the contents of our presentation. Now, while as you can see from the bold text at the top of this slide, while the official position of SHPO is that Proposition 207 is not relevant for historic preservation actions, That does not mean, and we're not saying that Proposition 207 doesn't matter or can be completely discounted. To be clear, our position is informed really by the first 3 bullet points on this slide. There is no evidence that Proposition 207 was intended to prevent historic preservation designations or zoning actions. Proposition 207 arose following a very unfortunate Supreme Court ruling that's known as the Kelo decision, which enabled municipalities and governments to take property through the eminent domain actions solely for the economic benefit of the larger community. Many states rushed to, through legislative action, prevent those type of eminent domain actions from occurring. And that's exactly where Proposition 207 came from. And even a cursory look into the legislative intent and the intent behind the ballot measure and all the accompanying materials makes it clear that, this was not something that was ever designed or intended to stop historic preservation explicitly. It concerns eminent domain. So secondly, there have been no reported court cases establishing any kind of explicit precedent that Prop 207 concerns historic preservation. There is no precedent that says that historic preservation designation automatically results in a diminution of values. And given that Arizona state law does give municipalities and counties broad authority to create zoning regulations for the purpose of historic preservation, from our office's perspective, there is currently no reason to discontinue the status quo that has existed since preservation first began in Arizona, and there's no reason to stop business as usual with moving forward with historic preservation activities. Now, setting aside all those very present and specific conditions, we generally do not believe that historic preservation designations trigger Proposition 207 because historic preservation designations do not decrease property values. This is consistent through reams and reams, hundreds and hundreds of studies of communities. It is quantifiable that historic preservation designation, largely through the enshrinement and protection of what are known as amenity benefits, the qualities of a community or of a neighborhood that give it its value and its sense of place. By protecting those and enshrining those in law, it actually raises property values by giving folks the assurance that if they move into a historic district or to a place because of its character and quality, that it will remain that way. So I should also, or would also like to remind you that Proposition 207 actually puts the burden of proving that an action has diminished a property's value on the owner. In one of the first cases challenging this is how the city of Flagstaff defended an expansion of their historic preservation overlay, basically telling the owners to say, show it to us. Please provide us with an example, a hard number, and a specific number is called for by statute that explains this diminution. And again, it's our position, and all of the data available to us demonstrates that these designations and these actions do not diminish property. Another additional point is that design and demolition reviews are merely processes. They don't inherently infringe upon private property rights. So including a property in a historic preservation overlay or designating it as historic does not automatically mean that that property can't be demolished. It doesn't mean that your property can't be redeveloped. It just means that you have to go through a process, and that process is actually designed to make your project better and more compatible with your neighborhood, which really protects the neighborhood's property values overall. It insists, quite the contrary of diminishing your property value, that your project be done in a way that is usually better. And whenever I speak to commissions and councils about what these processes are designed to do, I want to make it clear that these processes should be set up with the goal of saying yes to every applicant. Growth is good. Development is good. It is completely compatible with historic preservation. The regulations that you want to have are to make that growth compatible with your existing character and an existing neighborhood. And doing that, it creates a rising tide that lifts all ships. So lastly, severe and irreparable harm to Tucson's cultural heritage will occur if Proposition 207 is interpreted to preclude all future historic preservation designations. I mean, as of right now, if you say that Proposition 207 means that we can't or are reluctant to do this going forward, you're effectively saying that the history of Tucson ended in 1958, and nothing that can ever happen in the 70s, 80s, or 90s forevermore can be protected. That is an incredible chilling effect. That is a very severe harm. And it is our office's advice that rather than without any explicit state law tying historic preservation of Proposition 207, without a court case that explicitly speaks to this point, and knowing that the burden is on the owner of a property to prove a diminution in value, we would encourage anyone in Arizona to continue to engage in historic preservation activities as they see fit. Now, it's important to note that there will always be exceptions. Nothing that I'm saying is going to preclude Proposition 207 challenges or saying that it will completely go away. In fact, there will likely be successful ones if you continue to engage in historic preservation activities, but that's okay. Once a homeowner makes a claim for a diminution of property value under Prop 207, the city has 90 days to respond before the homeowner has a claim that can go to court. There are usually going to be issues arising out of circumstances where the underlying zoning for a property is not compatible with its context, and the owner of that property has development rights that or development potential that will not be approved as working with the context by the commissions, by your HP processes. When those well-founded claims arise, the city is well within their rights to simply exempt those property owners from any of these zoning actions. But by moving the burden onto the owner of the property to issue the challenge and then exempting, as opposed to the preemptive chilling effect of just not doing historic preservation anymore, I can tell you, in the balance of what's best for your communities, the value of preservation is so significant that I would strongly encourage you all to proceed ahead with historic preservation designations, expansions of existing overlays, and the establishments of new ones, and to take on challenges as they come. And where Proposition 207 has to exempt properties from your efforts, that is absolutely fine. But it is better to do that than to not put forth the effort at all. So with that, I'm happy to conclude this presentation and take any questions that any of you might have.
Thank you so much, Mr. Cody. I have a couple of questions on the 2019 recommendation from SHPO that we split up the commission for Tucson and for Pima County. In order to separate the city and the county commissions, do we need a consultant, or is that something that the mayor and council can say, hey, SHPO recommended in 2019 that we separate these two commissions, and can we do it without a consultant?
Well, the mayor and council certainly have the power to do so. Okay. We have seen communities around the state, most recently Clarkdale just joined the CLG program, and their city staff actually established both their commission and all of the guidelines for their commission internally with SHPO's assistance. Given that this commission already has guidelines, already has policies and procedures, it's really an administrative change for the ordinances to be amended to make it exclusively Tucson's.
Okay, and you also offered help, and I'm pretty sure you will hopefully be there for us to help us if we need, when we move in that direction. What are the gains? What are the benefits of a certified local government of having CLG status?
Well, Of course, the most important one is being eligible for pass-through grants. We love bringing as much federal money as we possibly can to help the citizens of Arizona. That's something that our office works very hard to do. And there have been many projects that Tucson has received CLG grants for. I don't have a list in front of me right now, but this is a program that's provided great benefit to your community. I'll also say that Jody Brown and I have and our office have a wonderful working relationship that comes under the umbrella of the CLG program. That's why I'm here today, because of your connection to the CLG program. It opens up avenues of expertise for assistance to come to your community. I also, I mentioned it earlier, but I can't understate the value of being able to perform many compliance reviews locally on the timeline that suits the people of Tucson and business in Tucson, as opposed to having to send compliance reviews for things like infrastructure projects to Phoenix, where my office has a 30-day statutory review period.
Right. Councilmember Kozachik?
Thanks. Thanks, Chris. Appreciate you taking the time to come down here and share with us. I'm stammering because I'm trying to get this stupid hand to sit there. Where's the deadline for splitting the commission?
Well, I'll tell you this. Usually when SHPO, which is the acronym for the State Historic Preservation Office, gives an instruction to a certified local government, it doesn't take 2 years for action to occur. So while there is no firm deadline that we are really empowered to apply to y'all, I mean, we're not going to say do it by this day or else we will decertify you as a CLG. I am telling you with the absolute strongest recommendation that I can give that you move on this imminently.
And does the region right now hold the CLG status, or is it each, the city and the county, independently of one another?
Correct, and that's what's problematic, is to have 2 CLGs but only 1 commission. If both entities are going to be individual CLGs, each capable of receiving federal grants, they are both supposed to have their own commissions. Really, in researching it, the only exceptions that are usually offered are when there's a lack of population, a very remote area, and you have to combine commissions just to be able to populate them.
Right. So when we split the commission, neither entity will lose its status.
Correct.
Okay, good. Finally, if we become that court case in a 207 that you say may or may not come, what role will SHPO play in our defense?
Well, that would be limited by the Attorney General's office and what role the governor's office would allow us to play in your defense. I again point out that the goal of our advocacy for Proposition 207 to not stop historic preservation designations is not to lead to a court case for anyone. It's very easy for municipalities when a just, well-founded claim is brought to exempt that property and that property owner to avoid those cases. What we are advocating against is the overall mass chilling effect of simply not engaging in preservation.
Sure, and I think when you see the proposed, if you hang around, when you see the proposed boundaries for the expansion of the HPZ that we're about to talk about in the next item, you'll see that they've made an effort to create donut holes and carve out some of the problematic properties. So we get that. So, thank you, Mayor.
Chris, just to follow up on Councilmember Kozachik's question, do we need to create a map, for example, where we're talking about, and the reason I wanted to invite you and have you here with us today is because we are about to have 2 items that will expand or create a new HPZ. So do we need to carve out particular properties? Or is it just lay the groundwork for an entire piece of a neighborhood, and then work backwards, start exempting the ones that don't want to be there?
So I would encourage you to engage in preservation based on correct preservation practices and policies. So when doing designations, at least initially, if you're talking about a neighborhood, include the whole neighborhood. Have the burden be on the owners of these properties to provide you, the city, with, as the statute says, a firm figure of the diminution of their value caused by this designation. Again, in most cases, because historic preservation designation doesn't diminish values, property owners, even if they don't want to be in there, will not be able to meet that burden. So I would encourage you to, again, think preservation first, and then as Prop 207 causes problems, grant exceptions as needed.
Okay. Councilmember Cunningham?
Do we have to establish this commission before setting up the NPZ on our next two items? That's pretty much my question. That's the elephant in the room right now. Are we now delayed in being able to start the NPZ process on the next two items because we have to set up this new commission?
Absolutely not. From my perspective, y'all still have a functioning commission and can conduct business. I'm merely providing a recommendation for future action.
But this recommendation was provided from SHPO in 2019.
Well, the mere existence of our recommendation should not invalidate all business conducted since its issuance or any business going forward.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Kozaczek, did you have another question?
Just a real quick follow-up because I'm sensitive to the question that you asked and Chris's answer. When I spoke about carve-outs and donut holes, it is not to carve out properties that might fall within the period of significance or that are historic. It is carving out projects that have happened that have already ruined the significant, they've demolished properties and they've built mini dorms, frankly, unless I don't want to get much more specific because there are other issues in this conversation, but that's the kind of property I'm talking about, Chris.
Thank you very much for that clarification. There's certainly many, we call them non-contributors within historic districts all over.
Probably more generous than what I was going to be. So.
I don't know, Councilmember Cunningham, if you still had additional questions. Okay, go ahead. You're on mute.
My question and comment was about what Steve just said. I needed some clarification on the carving out. We have in the next item, we have a specific property that has already basically bladed a historic house and built something else on it. And it's in the middle of this neighborhood that we're trying to establish this historic district. So I want to be able to carve that one out, and I'm under the impression I'm allowed to do that. Is that correct?
Absolutely, but again, the best practice is to include all these properties within the same overlay or the same zoning, the same designation as the neighborhood, and then to treat that property differently as it moves through applications for alterations through your general design review processes. Just because there is one non-contributing property in the middle of a historic district doesn't mean that it isn't a historic district that is contiguous and should be reflected as such in your zoning.
All right, no, that's a good idea. So they can still be subject, even if they're non-contributing, they're subject to the design review if they want to make changes.
Precisely.
All right.
By means of example.
I prepared on this item. And I've never set up an NPZ with neighbors before. So thanks for the at least this helps me navigate and understand the different functions between the Pima and Tucson Historical Commission and SHPO. And I totally understand where we're going to go next. So with that, Your Honor, I think do you need a motion to establish the Tucson Historical Commission in adherence with the directive from SHPO from March 2019?
I would prefer that we do give direction to the city manager and planning and development services that we initiate the process of separation from Pima County Historic Commission.
Yeah, that's what I meant. I'll make that in the form of a motion. Yeah, that's what I said.
That would be wonderful.
I'll second that.
So there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. Mr. Manager, you've got your marching orders.
Chris, well done. Thanks for coming by.
Thank you so much, Chris. We really appreciate your time, and we will be tapping into your knowledge and help.
Well, Honorable Mayor and members of council, thank you very much again for inviting me, and we're always here as a resource for you all.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you, colleagues. We're moving on to item 8. Councilmember Kozachik has requested a discussion on expanding the West University HPZ. Mr. Kozachik.
Thanks. And thank you for that presentation also. West University was designated an HPZ by the city in 1984. Woona's northern boundary is Speedway, and Feldman's southern boundary is also ends at Speedway. So the two neighborhoods have discussed this, and they're both amenable to extending the boundary of Woona, the Woona HPZ, into certain portions of Feldman's in order to provide protections to the character of the neighborhood. Initiating the process is simply the first step. That's what we're at. That's what I'm after today. Following will be a very public process. That's true of any rezoning that we do. And I'm asking the mayor and council to approve the initiation of this process for staff to work with Feldman's to help guide them through this process and help define things such as which property owners are included in the approval process, how is land area going to be computed, and generally coach them through the process, because it's, it's not just intuitive. So here's what I'm asking. First of all, the mayor and council initiate the process with the understanding that staff and my office are going to work with Feldman's residents to do an initial survey to gather some level of understanding as to where support does and does not lie. Sort of circling back to Chris's presentation, we understand that the boundaries of the existing NPZ cannot overlap the HPZ, so there will be some shifting of the NPZ boundary. And I also understand that to the extent possible, the periods of significance should be similar, if not identical. In other words, we don't have something built in 1930 period of significance trying to match something built in 1980 or just to pick dates. And with those criteria and based on the survey results, then they'll come back with a final boundary proposal for the HPZ. That'll be presented to the Plans Review Subcommittee, and then eventually we'll get a recommendation back to the mayor and council. So really, this is just a first step, with the understanding also that the West University Advisory Board will be the one who's going to be doing the review. And with all of that, I do have one question, and I understand Scott might have a presentation, but the question I have is because to maybe Jody or Scott or Corin, because this is sort of an inverted process that we're asking them to go out and do this survey to gain a level of understanding as to where support does and doesn't lie first, who really becomes the applicant then? Is it the mayor and council, or is it Feldman's? Is it Woona? And secondly, I said there was one there too. When they go out and get the levels of support, is it just the residents in the proposed new boundary who are voting? Or is it everybody in the including the existing HPZ, the Woona HPZ?
Honorable Mayor and Council, I'm going to let my subject matter expert, Jody Brown, discuss that because there are some specifics. And so, Jody, if you want to take that question on, that'd be great.
Thank you for the opportunity to discuss, Honorable Mayor and Council members. Hopefully I was paying attention and I have your questions correct. So your first question was related to who the applicant would be if they're going out and surveying the properties. I believe that the applicant would still be the neighborhood. It would be.
We're initiating it.
You're initiating it, and that's the process for any project that comes before you for designation. It would be initiated by you or the plans review subcommittee or the property owner. And because there's multiple property owners, Feldman's and West University would still be the applicant, though. Okay. They're the ones who are putting together all the documentation. Okay. The second question that you had was related to the
we're expanding the boundary. So what property owners are involved in getting the level of support? Is it just the new boundary people, or is it everybody, including the existing WUNA HPZ folks?
It would most definitely be the people who are going to be part of the expansion. So the people who would be north of Speedway. But we were actually having this discussion earlier today amongst ourselves that it does open up the whole HPZ. So you could, in theory, I believe, have other people who come forward and say, I don't want to participate in the HPZ that are currently participating in the HPZ within West University. And I think that we may still need some clarification on that, but that's as I understood it.
Well, this is one of the reasons that we need to have, when we initiate this, we need to have staff sort of coach them through, because we don't want someone coming up, in the bottom of the ninth inning saying, oh, you didn't include the right people in the survey. So anyway, with that, I would just ask their by way of a motion, the council to approve initiating this expansion process.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. I do want to include something, and I do see Vice Mayor Lee's hand up as well. I think that Mr. Cody from SHPO just advised if we need any further help and technical assistance for our mission to expand an HPZ, that we can tap into, knowledge of that office. So I would like to make sure that Jody and Planning and Development Services understands that, we do have an expert at SHPO, an entire office that is dedicated to historic preservation. So if for one reason or whatever shape or form we're stuck, that we tap into some technical assistance from SHPO. I like to make sure that that's part of, the knowledge and the direction that we're given to our department. Vice Mayor Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. Similar question kind of around staffing, just from PDSD. We just talked about the needs there, and I was just curious from a capacity perspective to work on those efforts, either for the city manager or for Mr. Scott Clark, how this might impact, their staffing and their current workload by initiating these processes.
Honorable Mayor and Council, so Jody is already managing a number of consultants on other projects, so we would seek to do that. We have 2 historic staff on staff. The rest of the work we're doing through consultation. There are plenty of qualified consultants locally that will be able to take on this work. Jody will oversee it, so we can take it on. It will be a consulting task. Jody is working on 2 major grants right now, and she's also overseeing 6 committees. So.
Okay, and just one other question, just because I am learning a lot about this process, because we don't have a lot of historic situations out here in Ward 4. I'm just curious if Mr. Rankin, just super high level kind of advice on Prop 207 and this situation, just so I can understand it a little bit better.
Sure, Mayor, Vice Mayor, let me get my speaker on over here. So one thing I want to say at the beginning is that Proposition 207, which is actually, was adopted now, 2007, so it's been in place a long time. So it's the Arizona Private Property Protection Act. And fundamentally what it provides is that in the event that a municipality adopts a new land use law, and an individual property owner can establish that the impact of that law is that it diminishes the value of the property, the city has two choices. The city can either waive the application of the new regulation on that property, or they can cut a check for the value of the property that has been diminished. And while Mr. Cody was correct that the initial burden is on the property owner to establish some diminution in value, typically that works that they go out and get an appraiser or some other valuation expert, and they get an opinion that yes, this new regulation, which is more restrictive, diminishes the value of my property. Then the burden shifts to the city, and the burden is on the city to show that either no, it does not diminish the value of the property, or there's an exemption, which is a very narrow field of exemptions, and does not include, by the way, historic preservation as being exempt from Proposition 207. So it's without question that historic overlays or historic regulations fall within the scope of Proposition 207. The real question is, whatever the final regulations might be, do they in fact have the impact of diminishing the value of property or not? And so that gets down to a case-by-case basis based on individual properties. And if you look at the Mayor and Council memorandum in connection with the Harold Bell Wright matter, we try to lay all that out. And I'm happy as this goes forward to continue to provide guidance to the Mayor and Council about the potential impacts under Proposition 207, because they are real. At the end of the day, we could have situations where a regulation, the application of a regulation needs to be waived by the city on an individual property to avoid the city being liable for paying damages to that individual property owner.
And if I could just clarify also, just so that on Nikki's first question, Vice Mayor's first question, the neighborhood understands that they're carrying the burden of going out and doing the survey. I'm not asking staff to go out and create this expansion on their own. They're fully ready to pick up the ball and run with it and do that legwork. Staff has the subject matter expertise to help guide them through it, identifying things such as who needs to be included in the survey, what counts, does the city, for instance, does streets and city rights of way count in terms of defining the the percentage of property by acreage that counts, all those kinds of sort of technical things, but the neighborhood plans on doing the legwork.
Great. Alrighty, any other questions? I appreciate Councilmember Kozachik, you bringing this item forward. I want to reiterate a little bit of what we heard in terms from Mr. Cody in terms of the 207 issues. I want to make sure, and I've talked to Mr. Rankin about this, I want to make sure that we are pushing the envelope for the sake of historic preservation. So I just want to make sure that we're not preempting ourselves from being able to go out and advocating for the historic preservation of unbelievable neighborhoods and communities that we have here in the city of Tucson. So I do want to make sure that we push on 207 issues as Mr. Cody from SHPO recommended that we do. So with that, let me ask you a question just to finish off Mr. Rankin on this item and then move to the next. Have there been any 207 complaints within HPZs? I know that we've had several run-ins with the MPZ.
Right.
But have there been any, complaints with HPZs?
So you are correct that the pending complaint, it's not a secret, so I can say it here, we have a pending lawsuit with claims in around $15 million under Prop 207 related to the application of NPZ regulations that were adopted after Prop 207. So we're working our way through those claims. They're similar to HPZ types of regulations. Their NPZ regulations are in place to preserve the compatibility of new development with the overall neighborhood, which is a similar goal to historic preservation. So they're analogous, but I don't believe we have had any actual damages claims arising out of our existing HPZ regulations. Which may well be because that they predate the application of Proposition 207 in 2007.
All righty. Thank you, Mike. All righty. So if there aren't any further questions, there's a motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Move on to item 9. Councilmember Cunningham has requested a discussion on the process to establish an HPZ for the Harold Bell Wright Estates National Register Historic District. Cunningham.
Yeah. Yes, Your Honor. Harold Bell Wright Estates is already a National Historic Register. Over this past year, a couple of people went in and subdivided and started kind of taking away where that neighborhood's from. Harold Bell Wright was a writer. As a matter of fact, up until 1945, he was considered one of the top 10 writers in the United States. He's listed next to a list that ranges from Charles Dickens to James Fenimore Cooper, and then he's the next guy on the list in a couple categories as far as writers go. His two most well-known books are, one's called The Shepherd of the Hills, the other one's called The Winning of Barbara Worth. Barbara Worth and Shepherd Hills are both roads inside the Harold Bell Wright Neighborhood Association. In 1912, he actually lived at the Flying V Ranch, which is where Ventana Canyon is now, and ultimately purchased 160 acres where Speedway in Wilmot is and established his Harold Bell Wright Ranch. He battled tuberculosis his entire life. Ultimately, a millionaire named Florence Pond built the Stony Mason mansion, which is across Speedway, which is now known as the Mountain Oyster Club, and he lost interest in his ranch. But after that, a woman named Mary Gardner established this subdivision. And in the 1950s, living legend builder, just a stalwart in our community, John Wesley Miller, began his career building homes inside the Harold Bell Wright new subdivision. Not only that, some of them were designed. Some of the architects include Tom Gist, Nick Sackler, but most importantly, Art Brown, who is pretty much kind of the pioneer of environmentally responsible architecture. So all these things go into Harold Bell Wright, and there are these large lots, and it's this neighborhood this ranch neighborhood, and believe it or not, Harold Bell Wright's mansion is still there, and it's not really a mansion; it was a house, but it's still there, and it's occupied by a well-known realtor here in Tucson who's just absolutely wonderful. So a wonderful person. So all those things are going on with this process. We've just talked about all the SHPO things and all the it fell over. And all of the concerns when we had the WUNA discussion. So kind of under the same umbrella of things, what I'd really like to do is move that we start the process. We have staff start the process for the Harold Bell Wright Historic District to establish their own HPZ.
I don't want to do that.
Second.
I don't want you in there.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you so much, Councilmember Cunningham. Wonderful job. Item 10, Councilmember Santa Cruz, Cunningham, and Kasachik have requested discussion of an urban skate park at I-10 and Cushing Street. Mick Santa Cruz.
Hi, thank you, Mayor. We have folks from the Tucson Skate Park Alliance on the line, ready with the presentation for us. And this is just a continuation of a conversation that came before Mayor and Council since I believe the fall of 2016. And then I think we heard again from folks in 2018. And so they've reached out to our offices wanting to see if there's still support for moving forward with the project. So I'm going to invite Chris Atkin to present to Mayor and Council.
Hi, Mayor and Council. Thank you for taking the time. And I know you guys are very busy, but we just wanted to present our Cushing Street Skate project to you. First of all, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Chris Atkins. I'm the co-chair for Tucson Skate Park Alliance. And with me is Eric Williams. He's the co-chair. Aaron Susky is a co-chair as well. And Josh Bashad is a member of TSA. He's helping us out today with our IT. So basically what I wanted to do is just jump right into the presentation. Maybe tell you a little about who we are first. TSA was formed in 2018 with the help of the former director of Parks and Rec, Brent Dennis. So basically, the purpose of Tucson Skate Park Alliance is to improve the lives of the Tucson skateboard community by advocating for the development of skate parks in the Tucson region that are safe, welcoming places for everyone to skate, learn, and build community. Today, there's an estimated 25,000 skateboarders in the greater Tucson area, passionate about skateboarding, but have very few places to do it. We believe that these skateboarders should have the opportunity to exercise, socialize, and develop skills that will be valuable throughout their lives. Yes. Eric?
You know, we breathe this stuff. This all ages. Skateboarding appeals to all kinds of people. A visit to any popular skate park will present a diverse collection of patrons. In 2019, it was recorded that 9 million skateboarders are here in the United States. Oh, that was like, wow. I didn't keep up with that. But the Tucson Skate Park Alliance is composed of skaters, pros, beginners, parents, all professions. They all enjoy this activity. You know, our bold vision for Cushing Street Skate Park basically is grounded in our skateboarding community and Tucson history. A safe place to recreate. Skate park builds and sustain healthy community. As a gathering place for dedicated athletic youth, the skate park provides the forum for visitors, young and old, beginning and skilled, to make and share experience. For many skateboarding youth, skate parks become a home away from home. I love it. Sense of belonging. Okay, more than anyone, young people need to feel like are recognized and appreciated by the community. In too many places, skateboarders get the wrong message, from local authorities because, they think this is just not really the right place for it. But skate parks are the solution. Every skate park supports hundreds of kids that might otherwise have nowhere to go. And it's also, a great physical and it has a good mental stimulus to it. Skateboarding is a unique activity because it combines extreme physical exertion with precise muscle coordination and balance. It goes out a long way. It's a very pleasing sport. The complexity of performing tricks on a skateboard improves, they say, brain function. It helped me. I'm still here. And at any fundamental level and stimulates new brain cells. I think I'm getting brighter every day. Chris?
So basically, we feel that Cushing Skate Park would go a long way in building community. The park would provide 365 days of recreation. We are activating the space. So we're activating dead space, bringing new life and new visitors. social benefit is huge. Building community, it'll create a family activity, a healthy activity to get our youth moving. With the modern streetcar and the bike paths nearby, we feel like it's a home run for the access. I mean, everybody can get to and from the park pretty easy. Along with that comes an economic benefit. There'll be new increased traffic to downtown area, restaurants, shops, hotels. Right now, skateboarding groups travel. They would love to go to a new community that has a really cool skate park. Pro teams, they take tours around the US, you know, but right now they're bypassing Tucson because we just don't have what they need. So let's talk about public transit use. More passengers equals more revenue. Covered skate area provides year-round shade, vital for Tucson summers, and also gives coverage from rain and snow. A well-lit skate park space with increased traffic, I feel, will be a crime deterrent. If we enclose the space, it's well lit, there's more traffic through, I just don't see crime increasing. Here's what we really like. We want it to be pleasing to the eye for the seasoned skater and the non-skater. We basically call this skatable art installation. We really want it to reflect Tucson's rich history and culture. We want it to be sustainable. Basically, harvest rainwater, plant trees, keep it beautiful. And again, increased art. You can't say that enough. We want beautiful murals and art installations by local artists. And then we feel it's a great link between the downtown area and the west side. Eric.
Oh, okay. Why I covered skate park? Well, I love skating in the shade down here. I'm from Wisconsin, man. It's freezing around this time, but in the summer it's beautiful. But when you're in Arizona, summer can be a little bit, you know, very hot. Let's put it that way. And having a covered place to skate, you know, out of 6 months out of the year, gives us, you know, all around usage of a great facility. You know, when it rains, monsoon rains, and other precipitations make other uncovered skate park unusable. But here, we can skate all year round, no matter how the weather is, and it'll be a great gathering place for everything. The concrete and other structures needed more maintenance and experience, more degradation because of exposure of sun, and shade totally deters that away. That helps keep the obstacles pretty much safe and weather-free. All right.
So one of the things we want to do when we talk about the design of the park is to keep Tucson in mind. Like I mentioned before, we want the design to highlight Tucson's rich history, its culture. We're not looking for a cookie cutter park. We want people to, when they come into town and are taking pictures and putting it on Instagram, you can immediately tell that's Tucson, Arizona. It's all about that art installation, that feel, and then we want it to be unique. So some of we put a preliminary estimate together based on what the industry is doing cost-wise. So we're looking at about a 20,000 square foot project to include grading and site preparation, the cost there, the skate park itself, the design. We would love to have a beautiful 8-foot high decorative fence surrounding the property to protect it after hours. We want to make sure it's well lit. So at all hours of the day, it's it's just well lit, and people just passing by the modern streetcar going by can just look at the art, and it'll just be a beautiful scene. We factored in some contractor overhead, profit, tax, and bonds, and a contingency. And we came up to about $1.2 million for the project. So with that, we kind of just want to open it up for discussion and Q&A.
I just want to open it up to my colleagues on the council if there's any questions or continue discussion. Councilmember Cunningham.
Hey guys, how we doing?
All right, thank you.
Great.
Hey, great presentation. Really appreciate coming in. Can you go back to that budget slide for me really quick? So the big thing we want to take a look, I appreciate you guys doing the estimates for us. We may not have that full amount. We may have to phase a couple things in. That's cool. I mean, we can probably make it work. But you know, we have a limited amount of. I'm not even in charge of the impact fees. We have a limited amount, but you know, I'm on board. I've supported this from the beginning and trying to make it work. You may want to collaborate with our city folks and see if we can cut some of those costs, or at least break it into 2 phases so that we can do part of it there and back. But I really appreciate it. The 70 to 300 is a 21,000 square foot skate park. We may want to do, maybe we want to do 10,000 feet at a time, or 15,000, and then a second piece, and kind of, and we may want to make room for a bathroom and stuff like that. So that's kind of my feedback, but I really like the idea of where we're going. We're going to have to bring the cost down. I'm going to be straight up with you, at least for phase 1, but I think we're where we need to be. So I appreciate the presentation. I'm going to turn it over to Ward 6 and 1. They're going to shepherd you guys the rest of the way. But thanks for coming by today. That's a great presentation.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
Councilmember Cunningham. Councilmember Kosacek?
Yeah, thanks. My only comment was similar to that, Councilmember Santa Cruz and I have spoken already, and we are ready to commit some impact fees to help this out. As Paul said, that's likely not going to get us all the way across the finish line, but it's certainly a good kickstart and totally supportive of the effort. Thanks for the presentation, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I also want to add some supportive words, because this particular idea came about when I was on the Tucson City Council representing Ward 1. And I know that your alliance has been working on this for many years. And so I really want to commend you and congratulate you for not giving up. We're fighting for an innovative and wonderful use of dead space under Cushing Street Bridge, and being able to create with impact fees a service to skateboarders that don't have where to do, right? And that at every step of the way, skateboarders are moved around, taken out, shooed away, and that it is a legitimate sport that should have a place in the city of Tucson. And I think this is an investment. I still think investment, and I hope that we not only can find you the $1.2 million, but that we can add self-cleaning bathrooms, that we can add more art underneath that bridge. So I'm, hoping that we can further partner and try and apply for grants or whatever we need to do to take you across the finish line.
Thank you. Appreciate it so much.
Member Cunningham, as well as Councilmember Santa Cruz, for bringing this to our attention. Do you need a motion, Council member?
I have some questions and some comments before I move on with that. So I was wondering, Chris or Aaron or Eric, whoever can answer, what are other cities that have similar amenities, like under a freeway situation that you can share with us?
Throughout the history of, there's been a lot, just this accessibility and having skateboards on the bridges, which originated so long ago, 20 years plus ago. And it's just, if I'm answering your question correctly, it's brought dead places to life, and really is bring life, youth, color, art, music, we were part of the subculture. So it's tried and true in my experience and what I've seen. parks really brightening spots, and being on the freeway and the bridge, we've discussed, just the opportunity to skate and it's 12 o'clock in the afternoon in the summer would be amazing in Tucson. Saving so much money just by doing that, just by the location itself, and without putting that money towards shade structures that can cost. I mean, I've seen prices, but I hope that answers your question.
And some of the other locations that have other cities, San Diego, Boise, Idaho, Miami, Philadelphia, Portland, with all huge success with these type of projects. Yes.
Yeah, and the reason I wanted, just to have that on the record, is because there are a lot of cities that have activated, the spaces underneath the highways, especially as they've divided up communities. Folks have come together to activate it and bring folks together. So I love that y'all are making that connection. It's like a place that helps kind of heal, the wound that kind of modern infrastructure got to people. So thank you so much for that, for the presentation. I know that me personally, on my bucket list was always to learn how to skateboard.
Yes.
The pandemic, everybody was trying, different activities, and I can say that I finally, thanks to one of my good friends, Colin, with his patience, taught me how to skateboard and hold my balance, and do a little bit of balancing on it. So I'm excited, and super supportive of all of y'all's work. I think that, like y'all said, having a skate park can create a safe space to recreate, so especially young people aren't in washes or some unsafe, areas where they're figuring out, just quality places within the city for them to skateboard. And so I think, it's important that we continue, the work and the conversation. I know that this has been ongoing for a couple of years, and I know because there's been a pause in like the momentum, and then switch, the past council member is now the mayor, and I came in, there's some missing connections there. So I just want to make sure that we just kind of revisit, maybe with the city manager, the opportunity for having a self-cleaning bathroom, in the location. We said that was something we were trying to pilot before and into that. And then just kind of going back to our neighborhoods and just touching base with them again. And having them on board so that they feel like they're part of the process as well. So with that, I move that staff from Parks and Rec and the Department of Transportation and Mobility initiate the process of conducting a feasibility and engineering study for the proposed Cushing Street skate park, and initiate a community engagement process just to obtain community feedback for the proposed skate park, and that we authorize the Director of Transportation and Mobility to begin the process of seeking the necessary ADOT approvals for the project, and that we authorize the Director of Parks and Recreation to identify others for a potential development plan for the Cushing Street skate park.
I'll second that, and Lane, watching you on a skateboard is going to put a whole new take on what personal protective equipment means.
So there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Yes, Your Honor. Just want to tell the guys I look forward to dropping my boneless with you, doing a couple ollies. A lot of fun. Can't wait.
Have a paramedic nearby, guys.
Exactly.
I'll leave the skateboarding to my son, so I don't know if I can commit to any skateboarding right now, but I would love to see you.
Thank you. Thank you guys so much.
I agree, Madam Mayor. This is a good experience for these young men, and I think it's needed. I know we have one at Santa Rita Park, but I think there's more and more of this sport is really blossoming and moving out, and I commend the proposal and presentation. You guys did an outstanding job. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So all those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Congratulations. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, council members.
Appreciate it, everything.
Let's move on to item 11. Time has been set aside for discussion of the P-CHIP call for projects recommendations in the draft annual action plan. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. As you outlined in the title, this is the call for projects and basically the framework. Liz Morales is available. We'll make a very brief introductory presentation, and then we look for some guidance and direction from you, Mayor and Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Again, Honorable Mayor and Council members, thank you for this opportunity. I have a presentation. I will not go through every slide in detail, but I wanted to make sure I can answer questions if you have anything about the PCHIP call for projects, which is our process for our community agencies to apply for the federal funds. As you know, we receive federal funding from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, which we refer to as HUD. And the amount of money we had in this funding opportunity was at around $3 million. And so we received 75 applications. And in the applications, we asked them to address how their applications aligned with the PCHIP funding priorities. As you know, in January, Mayor and Council adopted the PCHIP plan, which stands for People, Communities, and Housing Investment Plan. And we wanted to make sure that any application that was submitted aligned with the PCHIP and that it met the council priorities. The funding allocations the applications needed to focus on the people part of our PCHIP, and the criteria that we used was to look at how it aligned with the priorities, the leveraging, meaningful impact, also experience of the organization and the team members. We did get quite a number of requests which exceeded 8 million, and we had 3 million to work with. We had a scoring and committees. These were the questions that each project was scored by, and it was really important that we not only asked about the project itself, but what were some of the measurements and outcomes. We also wanted to make sure that they showed some collaboration or leveraging. We also asked about geographical area to ensure they were meeting the most vulnerable areas of our community and that they were serving low-income families or individuals. Our contracts, once we award these projects, will be a minimum of 1 year with an opportunity to extend it for an additional year. We also will be looking, before we extend additional year, we'd look at their performance and what funding is available. If any projects were applying for funds that would serve homeless, like shelters or other type of services, we indicated it had to meet the Housing First and low barrier priorities approach that we have in the PCHIP plan, and also that that language in the contract will include anti-racism and anti-discrimination practices that Mayor and Council passed in November. We did ask for 3 performance goals. We will work with them to make sure they're meaningful goals, and they will report quarterly. We will be including a performance dashboard once these contracts are in place. I'd like to discuss the actual funding recommendations. The material that was sent out, there have been some changes to this. The way I ordered this for the sake of the public and for Mayor and Council was by the type of priority that was indicated in the PCHIP plan. So these projects here were for access to training, and you could see a varied funding sources from general funds to CDBG. We also are funding projects that serve survivors of domestic violence, ensuring food insecurity, for instance, community food bank, healthcare, and choice neighborhoods. We are asking for a grant to help fund those charges that are not allowed under the HUD grants. We also have several projects that we're funding that are related to homelessness. I do want to point out that I have indicated projects that I think are well designed to work with the community safety pilot. I know we could work with these agencies to work in coordination with the city to address the safety and the issues of homelessness. And finally, funding for housing and older adult services and transportation and mobility. So we have several agencies. Pima County on Aging, as we know, serves older adults. We do have a new project in here, Bootstraps to Share of Tucson, which is providing bikes, which really provides that mobility piece. Part of this effort is to submit an annual action plan. Last year, Mayor and Council adopted the 5-year consolidated plan, and we are required to do an annual action plan. And we will be doing public comment period starting March 24th through April 23rd. Here's the timeline. As you know, today we're reviewing the recommendations and the draft of the annual action plan. We will be coming back to Mayor and Council on May 4th for a public hearing and approval of the annual action plan for fiscal year 2022. Madam Mayor, that concludes my presentation and open to questions.
Thank you so much, Liz. Really appreciate it. And I appreciate the work in putting together PCHIP, all of the input from the community and from council offices that were put into this approach. I'm really happy that you've connected some of the services that you're funding with the community safety pilot program that the city of Tucson and mayor and council are embarking on, because we have to start making those connections, right? Yes. Making sure that the priorities of mayor and council and the community are being funded in the connecting the dots to the nonprofit organizations that we're funding and that are doing some of the work, many times directly connected to City of Tucson departments. For example, the Navigators funded for TPD in terms of homelessness and other services that you've connected with the Community Safety Pilot Program. I want to make sure that as we move forward, that we are making funding decisions that connect with mayor and council priorities. And all of this year, and in previous years, but we'll connect to this year. The priorities that I've heard over and over and over again with mayor and council have been in terms of housing first programs and making sure that our investment is going into housing first and low barrier shelters. You very clearly stated that in your presentation and those nonprofit organizations that you're funding. Equity and inclusion is an important issue that we've tackled and we've worked on and we're investing in. Anti-poverty strategies, making sure that we're not just really working on the symptoms and throwing money at the symptoms of poverty, but we're actually getting to the root of the issues of poverty. And then one thing that I didn't see too much of, but I have heard from mayor and council is investment in youth employment and training. And so that is something that, here at this table we've talked about, and I want to make sure that the funding decisions that you are making through the CARES funds in this case, and that the committees that are working on funding and choosing which projects to invest in, that are being connected back to how do we stop investing and throwing money at symptoms, and start thinking creatively and innovatively on investing in anti-poverty programs that give meaningful results to our community. So I just wanted to make sure that I added that on the record. I know that you and I have had this conversation many times before, but it's important as we proceed that we take those issues under consideration. Can you talk to me a little bit about, or talk to us a little bit about the CARES funds that you had an opportunity to use for this effort?
Mayor, thank you for bringing that up. That I did miss that in my presentation. I did identify several projects that I think line up with the guidelines that HUD has given us to use for CARES funds. I have identified about 1.4 million or 1.4 to 1.5 million that we can use of CARES funds. And I know we can extend that to 2 years with the CARES funds. So in the presentation, you'll see CDBG CARES. I believe we can make some adjustments. I will need to come back to Mayor and Council to amend that annual action plan so we can make those changes and issue those funds to those agencies by July 1st. But I do believe we have really good projects that will work well. That helps extend the funds. Instead of the 3 million, we now have over 4 million, almost 5 million to be able to give to the community agencies. So that definitely helped to stretch the dollars.
How much CARES funds was used in this?
So if we're looking at a 2-year period, it's going to come out to about 3.3 million. I will get the final numbers to make sure we can move the funds around, but we do have funds that we have not utilized that can be reallocated for this purpose.
Okay, I do see Councilmember Fimbres' hand up, and then Councilmember Santa Cruz, and then Councilmember Kasachek.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Liz, what guarantees does HCD have with the organizations that wish to fund, we want to fund, that will have low barrier housing and follow HCD's Housing First program?
Mayor and Councilmember Fimbres, I'm happy to share that because of the importance and that the P-CHIP is very clear on what low barrier and Housing First is, we will be doing verification of practices and policies prior to contracting. So we will work with our agencies and make sure that they're following what we have outlined as part of the P-CHIP plan.
Okay, and then I was talking to some folks, and we're going to make sure that Casa San Juan, Casa Maria, Sister Jose's, OPCS, and Southside Presbyterian also are able to be notified that they can apply for these funds, because they're small organizations, but they really provide a valuable service to our most vulnerable citizens in our community.
Yes. Thank you, sir.
This is good documents. Thank you, Liz, for your work.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mayor, do I jump in?
Yes, jump in.
All right, thank you. So, Director Morales, thank you so much, and your team for all your work. I think you really shifted, the way that we approach, how we support our community organization. So thank you for putting something together for us. And I'm going to just second what the mayor said around the youth employment, that I think it's so important that we continue to invest in our young people, because that's, going to provide a lot of stability for them and their families, as we move forward. I, of course, want our young people to fall in love with being a public servant and want to be on this side of
yes.
Being a productive member of our community. So with that, my only question to you is around, we all know what the barriers for housing or shelter are. And I know that OPCS is saying that they are going to provide low barrier housing. So what are those low barriers that are there?
Mayor and Councilmember Santa Cruz, thank you for your comments. OPCS has been one of the leaders on low barrier shelters. They don't require sobriety. They don't make a lot of requirements for them to utilize their shelter. I can share more details what I know is very high level. I don't have more details for you on that, but I'm happy to find that out and share that with you. But they definitely have embraced housing first and understand what the low barrier requirements are. But I hope I can return to you. And I do want to highlight one of our applicants that we did propose funding here is Youth on Their Own. They are providing stipends to incentivize youth to progress in their education and to seek out training and employment opportunities. So Youth on Their Own is a great community agency that really has been really successful in helping homeless youth.
Thank you.
Councilmember Kozachik and then Councilmember Cunningham.
Thank you. Liz, Community Bridges is earmarked for some general fund, for some CDBG, twice in CDBG. The general fund is for homeless. The CDBG, there's the tool shelter, and then $100,000 for a TPD navigator.
Mm-hmm.
Bridges, I mean, you know, Bridges is our outside agency for diverting TPD officer responses to things like welfare checks and substance abuse calls, mental health calls, suicide. And so the more we invest in the Bridges organizations, the Bridges outreaches for those kinds of calls, the more we lessen the call load on TPD, and the more chance we have of sending the appropriate skill sets on calls. So 2 questions. If we lock in these funding recommendations, is it going to limit our ability to expand TPD's use of the Bridges programs going forward? And also, getting the 911 dispatch team on board with sending calls to Bridges is key. And so this is not a question, I guess, for you, but maybe for those city managers. Where are we in getting the very first link in the dispatch process up and running? And that is the 911 system to divert calls to the Bridges kinds of programs.
Well, I'll start with saying Community Bridges is also, you'll see their vehicles are CBI. They have a great track record of serving a variety of needs from crisis. They are the state designated agency to respond to crisis calls, and they also have significant resources on substance abuse treatment and detox. They have a great record also in doing navigation. They work with many cities in Maricopa County that I worked with, and they have been the solution often for me on addressing really high need issues. So I think, in my opinion, these contracts don't limit. If we do find other funding sources, and I'll use an example, when I was in Mesa, we did increase contracts as we found new funding sources to add navigators to help address problems. So it will not limit us to be able to do more with them should we be able to find new resources.
And Councilmember Kozachik, I just wanted to also follow up, and I'm pretty sure Mr. Ortega can follow up on Community Bridges and that TPD Navigator and the TC3 funding and the coordination of being able to work with our 911 communications in terms of diverting calls is something that Liana Perez, as she's incoming deputy city manager, is personally working on putting, connecting all the dots in terms of community safety, the community safety pilot program, and making sure that the right hand is talking to the left hand about how we find solutions in terms of community safety. So I think that this is an incredible opportunity and a wonderful way of deviating those calls that don't necessarily need to go to TPD or to Tucson Fire to all of these nonprofit organizations that are really great partners for the city of Tucson and that are the beginning of the community safety pilot program.
Agreed. And they are our outside agency, our go-to for the call diversions. And so I just want to make sure that we're not locking ourselves into these funding levels while we're at the same time trying to find ways to increase the number of calls that go to something other than a cop, when something like a behavioral health specialist might be more appropriate.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, this is the absolute connection to community safety, and being able to connect all these dots is important, and that diversion is important too. And really, to be honest, how do we expand programs like this that are proving to be successful, whether it's through CDBG funding or through much more secure funding under the community safety pilot program through our general funds or grants, etc. Mr. Ortega?
Sure, Mayor, and I'm not sure I can add much. I think between you and Liz, you all did a great job. I think the key piece to this is not limiting in any way that opportunity. And what we will continue to do, and again, as you mentioned, Liana Pettis is really taking the ball and running with it on that bigger scale of connecting all those dots, but making sure that ultimately it's that goal, right, of providing services as best we can as most effective and efficient, which may mean not having traditional models of response and having new models or different models. And I think to Councilmember Kasachik's point and your point, Mayor, the relationship and those partnerships are key because those resources exist, but it's the funneling of that opportunity for those agencies and those partners to make sure that we are encouraging their participation in this effort. It was just on a macro level community safety piece. Thank you, Mayor.
But Mike, the question, we know we have Chad Kazmar out at 911 making changes. They're the first touch. And so the training of the dispatchers is the way that bridges people are going to get involved initially. So that's the question: is how are we? I know it's a work in progress, and I get that. I mean, he's got a tiger by the tail, but what we have, where are we in terms of making that first touch change in terms of educating and training the dispatchers to what options exist out there in the world in terms of sending and dispatching appropriate resources.
Sure, Mayor and Councilman Kozachik, you're absolutely right. They are the first touch point. As I mentioned in my memo last week, that ongoing training has started and will continue. The big challenge that we're having, as you all know, is developing the staffing models first, training the folks second. And so we're really trying to get them in the door, but clearly an understanding of when that first touch occurs, the resources that are available, that's a fundamental training piece. And so we're moving aggressively down that path because quite frankly, we can't do it fast enough. That's an issue that we have now because if we peel that off of the public safety response to some of those partners, that's the key piece. But it's also the infrastructure on the other side to receive those calls. So if we're peeling them off, if we don't have that infrastructure, that relationship on the other side, then it's all for naught. So it's really both pieces, what Liz outlined for us, as well as making sure that training is happening. So we're going to continue to make sure there's touch points there with everybody that's involved, both the nonprofits as well as with our internal folks, both on the dispatch side as well as on the public safety side. Because I think they're partners as well and have to help guide and translate that into some actionable items.
Right, and that's why I phrased this as a two-part question. Let's not restrict ourselves in terms of funding levels where we can use bridges agencies, but the 911 folks have to be trained to send them there.
Mm-hmm. And I agree with City Manager Ortega that right now, 911 communications is bleeding employees. We need to make sure that we're hiring up, right? And that discussion regarding market rate analysis for our departments is very, very important. That's coming up April 6th. But besides CBI and TPD working together with a navigator, of course, we have in TPD, we have the most valuable teams, right? We have our homelessness team, we have MIST in TPD that plays a valuable role. And so making those connections, that's why the Community Safety Pilot Program and having Liana Perez, you know, bringing in HCD, bringing in what TPD is doing, bringing in which, by the way, TC3 is a brainchild of Tucson Fire Department, and then putting together that training to be able to divert those calls that we don't need officers to show up to is really putting together and putting to work the Community Safety Pilot Program. So this is very exciting news, very exciting progress on Community Safety Pilot, and looking forward to additional input on this process. I do see Councilmember Santa Cruz's hand up, and then Councilmember Cunningham.
My hand up was up from before. Sorry about that.
No problem. Councilmember Cunningham?
Yes, Your Honor. I wanted to, again, thank everybody for the presentation. The big thing I'm asking about is housing first. I want to keep that model. I'm going to drive for that model. I think, again, we need to be transparent about it, but the bottom line is I think we've stumbled onto something special that is very empowering, and I feel that it's yielding results. I want to pursue that model. I think there's a bunch of different avenues we can go. I obviously don't want to be in the situation where, you know, one of the things that happens is that we applied for we provide for federal monies for stuff like this, and what ends up happening is that the program that we write that actually works doesn't fit into the modeling that the federal program requires. I think we should go to that agency and negotiate with them. I think we should go to that agency and say, hey, look, we get what you're trying to tell us to do, but we promise we have something that we think is going to work that we didn't think was going to work. And if we go that route, maybe we'll do a little better in trying to, maybe we can get some ongoing or sustaining funding for this experiment. But ultimately, it's a winner. I've never seen that much retention in transitional housing like that. So that's kind of where I am. Everybody knows it, and I love to see us pursuing that model. I think it is. I think ultimately it will be called the Tucson model because we kind of made it up here. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you.
Do we need a specific motion to give direction to pursue these funding allocations or no?
Do you need a direction, Mr. Ortega? Liz?
So yes. Mayor, Councilmember Zacic, yes, definitely would like approval to move forward with the recommendations and to include in our annual action plan. Thank you.
Make that motion.
I'll second it.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Great job, Liz.
Good job, Liz. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. All right, let's move on to item 12. We are actually continuing this item. The Pima Association of Governments RTA committee is canceled. It was canceled. It's supposed to happen this Thursday, and we usually have in front of Mayor and Council the items that are going to be discussed at the PAG RTA. But I did want to spend at least 5 minutes to give you a small update, as I know that we've had conversations about RTA and RTA Next. Wanted to bring to you all that, again, the March meeting is canceled, and I, Supervisor Hines, Matt Hines, over at the Pima County Board of Supervisors have expressed our concern about the March cancellation. There was a January meeting cancellation as well. So we have, between PAG and RTA, we have about $100 million budget that these regional councils have not acted on. Also, election of new officers have not happened. The former officers' terms are expired, and they were supposed to be replaced in our annual meeting in January of this year. We still have to take a look at the annual performance review of the PAG executive director. Additionally, the management committee should have had the opportunity to review and recommend the OWP prior to regional council action. The budget has to be approved for April, and so this cancellation of the meeting is concerning. Also, mayor and council had directed, the city manager had given me feedback in sending a letter to the RTA executive director. We received a response with our concerns, not too much in that letter. Not a lot of willingness to have conversations and have flexibility in terms of the needs of mayor and council and the residents of the city of Tucson. I don't know, Mr. Manager, if that response to the letter sent by mayor and council was shared with the entire council. I believe we did. I don't know if we did. If we didn't, if you don't have it, we'll be more than happy to share it with you. But there's concerns about the possible lack of organization and transparency in the PAG RTA meetings, and in the concerns that our council and our community have expressed about the interests of where we want to see investment in through the community engagement process of Move Tucson. So just wanted to make sure that I gave you a little bit of an update and kept you informed as to the happenings over at PAG and RTA. There is concern about making sure that we have the funds available to finish the projects for the first RTA election, and the projects mostly inside the city of Tucson, to be honest, that still have not been completed. So with that, we can move along and save this and continue this item so that when we do have the PAG RTA director in front of us, but I felt it was important that I communicate with you about this. Councilmember Kozachik?
Yep. Just a couple of comments, and I agree with you. The material that we have, the management committee agenda, showed an update on the draft project list, but nothing in our material showed what that project list was, which would include our stuff. And the HERF distribution in the material fell off the table during COVID. There was no indication as to what impact that's going to have on any of the project funding going forward. We had indicated an interest in safety projects, and that wasn't included. So maybe you can help, or Mike can help me understand. The March 25th meeting of the Regional Council was canceled by Ed Honea. One person can simply cancel a meeting like that, especially when they meet so infrequently, and the review of the director was on the table. How does that even procedurally happen? Shouldn't that have been a vote of the entire council?
Mayor, Councilman Kozachik, I'm not sure how it got canceled. I know that I believe the email or the note came out from the chair, which is Mayor Honey from Marana, but I don't know that he has the unilateral authority, although I think he was just suggesting that it be canceled, and I don't know if there was any kind of a more formal action taken by the executive director. I just don't know. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. Well, and as I said, the election of the new officers, Councilmember Kozachik, should have happened in January. So really, Mayor Honey is the past chair. I don't know if the RTA PAG board voted on extending his chairmanship.
Okay, well, they have a credibility issue that continues to grow in the wrong direction with this kind of stuff. And we have we have a meter running on our own project list and what we're going to do for figuring out how we're going to fix our roads and fund our own Move Tucson. Mm-hmm. So that losing another, what is it? Is it a month? Is that the delay?
Yeah, the PAG staff was going to get, our input, the PAG members and the RTA members. They were going to get our input in terms of when we meet again. But we need to meet soon because we have to approve the budget for PAG RTA. And of course, we need to make sure that we're working on our overall work program, that as mayor of the city of Tucson, I want to make sure that the letter that mayor and council sent to the RTA board and the RTA executive director, that we have some response, right? Because if there is going to be an RTA next election, then we have to make sure that the interest of the residents of the city of Tucson are reflective of that plan. And the RTA board really hasn't had too many discussions, open discussions of what's next. And how are the interests of all the jurisdictions are going to be taken under consideration.
Well, you raised some very specific questions and concerns in that letter, and that they each one of them deserves a response. Even if the answer is no, it deserves a response. And because we have our own decisions to make on when we go forward with extension of 101, Prop 101, and that's over what, next year, right?
Mm-hmm.
We need it. Okay, all right. All right, that's all I got. You know where I'm headed.
Okay. All righty. Councilmember Fimbres, and then we have to move forward.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I share the same concerns with you. What are the timeframes for projects that we have sitting on the burner? We need to get moving forward on. We need to respond. And you sent did you say we sent a letter to them with a request of what's going on, why the delays are happening? And I said we need to move on these projects.
Yes, we did, and we received a response. Councilmember Fimbres, we could forward the letter that I sent on behalf of Mayor and Council, and then I'll forward you the response as well.
Okay, and then we talked about their election. When is their time frame for the next election for the renewal?
The election for new officers should have happened in January of this year.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Any others? Alrighty, we're going to move on and continue having this conversation. But thank you all for your interest. We'll send you the letter from us and the response from RTA to our inquiry. Let's move on to item 13. Staff has an update on the Move Tucson process and draft project prioritization framework. Mr. Manager.
Mayor, members of the council, this is a continuation of the Move Tucson item, and we will be looking for some guidance on the criteria as well as the weighting. So Mayor, I'll turn it over to Diana for some brief comments. I know we're running behind to try to move this quickly.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Manager. Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. Andy, if you could go ahead and bring up the slide presentation. We're going to take you through a quick review. We will try to move through this quickly, understanding we're a little bit behind in time, but we do want to at least frame this correctly because we are asking for your approval to continue to move forward. So Andy, if you can put it in slideshow and then we'll start, I'll turn it over to you and you can start moving us through this.
There we go. Okay, is everyone able to see my screen now?
Perfect. Thank you, Andy.
Great. Honorable Mayor, members of the council, thank you for having us here today to discuss the Move Tucson prioritization framework. The prioritization for a framework is the approach we're using in Move Tucson to rank our project list. The framework establishes criteria based on each of the Move Tucson guiding principles. The guiding principles are a distillation of the community feedback and priorities that we've heard over the past year. In essence, we're trying to draw a line between what the community has told us and what we prioritize for improvements on city streets using this framework. Before I get further into it, I just want to emphasize that today we're not talking about specific projects or project categories, but rather the framework and procedure for ranking them. And we're focusing on the framework first intentionally to develop a process that reflects the priorities we heard through the first round of public engagement and the feedback we received from the Complete Streets Coordinating Council, rather than letting certain projects drive the process. So there are 5 steps in the prioritization process. The first is identifying the projects to be included in the plan. This work is ongoing currently, and projects have been identified based on community input, existing plans, and gaps and deficiencies on the network found through the Move Tucson existing conditions analysis. The second step, and what we're focused on today, involves measuring and scoring the street network based on criteria developed from the Move Tucson guiding principles. So through the network measurement process, each street segment in Tucson will receive a score reflecting the overall priority for that segment. The segment scores will then be applied to the projects identified for that street. So I'll quickly review the guiding principles and how they contribute to the network scoring process. So for the guiding principle of connected, we're looking at how many modal networks can be improved on a given street. For optimized, we're looking at where there are opportunities to use our streets more efficiently, like where there's current and future congestion, or conversely, where there's excess capacity and we could use our streets in a different way. For safety, we're identifying locations where we have a higher frequency of overall crashes and a higher severity of crashes on the street network. For resilient, we're looking at if the network can be better support short and local trips that would provide opportunities for more walking and biking as one strategy for making us more resilient in the face of climate change. And for equitable, is the street segment located in one of the equity focus areas? So each road segment in Tucson receives points based on the criteria developed for each guiding principle that I just described, with a maximum score of 50 total points. I do want to call attention to the safety criteria, that it has an additional weight built in by making up 20 out of the 50 total points, while the others have 10. The equity criteria was applied slightly differently from the others. So a street segment scores in equity focus areas were multiplied by 2 to give additional weight to areas of the community where people have the highest transportation barriers. And as a reminder, the equity focus areas we have shared previously represent areas of the community where there are concentrations of people living with disabilities, low-income households, households without access to motor vehicles, communities of color, people with limited English proficiency, and older adults and children. So the combined results of the network scoring produce the map shown here and available in the materials for the meeting. Red and orange indicating the higher priority, higher scoring segments, and down to blue with the lower priority segments. After scoring the street network, the next step is to develop and apply a project calibration tool, and I'll talk about that briefly. So while the network screening process relies on quantitative measures of need on and around our streets, there are other important criteria to evaluate at the project level. that should be considered when ranking a project list. So this is more of the qualitative than quantitative approach, and it considers things like cost effectiveness. So, does we want project, we want to be prioritizing projects that have a higher expected benefit relative to their cost, looking at gap closures, prioritizing projects that have been identified through public input through the Move Tucson process as major priorities or through our conversations with the council offices, interagency coordination, heat mitigation, so where there are opportunities to mitigate heat impacts in our community by adding vegetation and shade, addressing pavement quality, and human-centered design. So the next step in the process will be to score all the projects in the plan based on the network screening, and then applying those calibration questions and adjustment factors to the projects, and then turning those into an implementation plan for the next 20 years to finalize Move Tucson. And with that, Diana, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thanks, Andy. I appreciate it. So that was just a real high level. So what we're asking from Mayor and Council today is for approval of how we have set up the framework, and as well as the weighting of each of those particular items. So with that, I'll turn it over to y'all and take any questions.
Any questions from my colleague? And what I'm looking for right now, since this particular item is very well thought out, is a motion to move the recommendations to approve the project prioritization framework so that Move Tucson can begin to prioritize transportation projects. Councilmember Santa Cruz, and then Councilmember Kozachik.
Are you looking for the motion now, or for us to have discussion and then have the motion?
I'd like to consider a motion and then discuss between.
Okay. So moved.
So there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I have some comments.
Councilmember Santa Cruz, and then Councilmember Kozachik.
Thank you, Mayor. And, thank you to the Department of Transportation and Mobility for presenting this framework. And I really appreciate how they've really, heard us out and talked about like the equity implications into all the different services and investments that we do in the city. I think that it's going to go a long way as we continue moving in this direction. So my question is, when we're looking at the two safe categories under the network scoring table, I'm concerned that a project located in what's considered a dangerous area will be awarded points even if it doesn't address other safety concerns. Can we use the framework to give points to projects that increase safety when it comes to traffic calming infrastructure? And then can we deduct points from projects that take space from people who need access to sidewalks or bike lanes or transit use?
Thank you, Councilmember Santa Cruz. So Andy, I'm going to ask you to also help with this if I kind of mess it up or blotch it, but there is a weighted element in this for safety. And please keep in mind that when we are looking at a project, we're doing it through the complete street lens. So it's going to take accountability. It's going to account for every mode that's going to be involved in that project. So even maybe it's moving forward as a sideway project, but again, we're looking at it through the complete street lens. So we're going to look at the safety elements as tied to how cars move, how bikes move, how people move on feet, skateboarders, since that was an earlier discussion. We're going to take it and look at all the modes and make sure that we're applying all those safety aspects. And that'll be part of the weighting as we move forward. We have not broached the second one about taking points away. That is not something that we've taken into consideration as part of the of weighing projects and evaluating them to move forward. Andy, do you have anything you would like to add to that?
No, I think that well covers it. And I would just add that you're right that the projects Through the calibration stage, when we look at each project, we have the opportunity to look at why that underlying network score is the way it is, and so adjust projects that, the projects are meant to be addressing the need that's identified on that corridor. So I'm optimistic and I'm hopeful that our projects will do that. They're primarily safety-focused, complete streets type corridor projects to begin with. So we're looking at adding better, safer crossings, adding complete ADA facilities and transit. So that's all I've got.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councilmember Ksachik?
Yeah, just real quick, because I know we're late. I just want to, because this is a public document, I want to think it's important for people to realize that the map that's on there, that does not reflect where our road repair money is going to be invested. That's an entirely different conversation happening, and we just heard part of it with the RTA. So these are not road repair dollars. Different deal.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the clarification. Anything else from my colleagues? Alrighty. Without any other comments, we have a motion and a second on the floor. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you so much, Andy and Diana. Really appreciate all your work on this and looking forward for more.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's move on to item 14. Time has been set aside for discussion of state and national legislation and regional committee issues. Mr. Ortega?
Thank you, Mayor. I know that Andrew Greenhill is on the call, but I also know that he had sent you some information asking for direction. So we will be looking for direction that was requested per the materials that were provided.
Yeah, Honorable Mayor, members of the council, there's a couple of bills that I distributed earlier that I'm looking for your approval of the recommendations on. Happy to answer any questions, or I'd respectfully ask for a motion to support the recommendations in the report.
So move.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the recommendations? Hearing none. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes.
Madam Mayor, I would like to say I want to thank Senator Mark Kelly, Senator Kristen Sinema, as well as Congressman Raul Grijalva, Congresswoman Karen Kirkpatrick, and Congressman Tom O'Halloran for their support for Cherryville, our post office and processing center. I want to thank you, Madam Mayor, for your leadership also for that. Our federal delegation is working hard to get Cherryville on the closure or to be determined list and to go local sorting back, as well as our stamp. I also want to thank Tracy Tucker for her work these 10 years during Tucson's battle to keep Cherryville, our post office and processing center, and fully functioning. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
And
thank them.
Your own work on this issue, and
thank you.
Always keep an eye on this issue is very, very important. The struggle continues. We still have some issues in front of us, and so do rest assured, though, that Tracy Tucker, our congressional delegation, as well as Andrew here on our team.
Exactly. I was going to say I'd be remiss if we did not mention Andrew Greenhill, our good guy.
Yep. Yeah, and we're working on this, so we'll keep you all informed as to what's next with our Cherryville post office.
I've explained to our delegation too that we have lots of room out there to we can expand the center.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Andrew. Anything else?
No, that's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Item 15, does anyone have any items to remove from the consent agenda?
D like dog.
It's on the consent, item D. Any others? Alrighty. Alrighty, so we are moving on to item 16. Does anyone have items for future agendas? Hearing none, study session is adjourned. The regular session will begin. I'm going to give you 10 minutes, a little bit of a leg stretch, and we'll meet back here at 6:02. Alrighty, thank you all. We'll see you at 6:02. The invocation will be given by Ana Marrufo, staff member to the city clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Romero. Let us pray. Dear God, thank you for bringing us to this meeting today. We pray for all the government officials gathered here, that you guide the mayor and council as they make decisions that will affect the lives of the city of Tucson residents. Grant them wisdom to make the right decisions without bias or prejudice. We pray that the mayor and council members work together to improve the quality of life of all affected by their decisions today. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. We also have an item for presentations, which is item 2C. I am very, very happy to be able to introduce you all to our City of Tucson Poet Laureate. Unfortunately, our City of Tucson Poet Laureate from 2017 to 2020 didn't have the opportunity to display his many beautiful, amazing talents to the community. But we recently, my office recently connected with him. T.C. Tolbert is the City of Tucson Poet Laureate. Making history in the City of Tucson as our first trans poet laureate who focuses on uplifting the voices of those who are often overlooked and too often silenced. A strong emphasis on the LGBT youth and elders, femme-identified people, youth of color, migrants, and refugees. TC has been successfully published many times and is not only the Tucson Poet Laureate, but has been named as a Fellow of the Academy of the American Poets of American Poet Laureates. TC, in your bio, you reference that you live by the words of Gloria Anzaldúa. Voyager, there are no bridges. One builds them as one walks. And that is exactly what you are doing for the voices that have gone unheard for far too long, building a bridge. TC, if you are with us, I would love for you to recite a poem.
Thank you so much, Mayor Romero. I am beyond thrilled to have this opportunity.
I am too.
I also
mutual.
I'm also so thankful for all the work that you and the council have done to support the arts and artists, especially in the last year. It's just I just every day feel so lucky to live in Tucson and to have you all leading us. It's a true blessing. So thank you so much for that. The poem I would like to share with you all, I had shared it with, I'd shared it in order to be able to also share the screen. Are we able to do that? Oh, yeah, wow, there it is. Awesome. So just a little bit of context before I read the poem, but one of the reasons I wanted to display it is to make it more accessible so that folks could read along. And you can see that this poem is what's called a mesostic poem, which means there is some text. There's a word that runs right down the middle of it. And that's the title of the poem, and it's called masculinity, which is actually a made-up word. A word that I created by combining two words, masculinity and liminal. And as a transgender poet, you know, I'm always thinking about the importance of language and creativity and story and how those certainly have, you know, affected my survival and made my survival possible. But I feel like they're also a way to expand the vision for what's possible for trans people, queer people, and all of us, you know, as we all expand ourselves, I feel like the whole community gets bigger and more beautiful. And one more thing is, in this poem, you will hear me address Melissa, and that is my birth name. And so a lot of my poems lately have been in this process of addressing who I once was as a way to really just show gratitude and compassion for the self that got me here. And finally, I just want to say this poem wrestles with multiple truths, which I know, that's a thing I think prayer does. I think it is also what politicians do. I think that y'all are often, trying to bridge many disparate things. Like you mentioned, Gloria Anzaldua's work, which I bow down to. So in this, I want to share this in the spirit of gratitude that I survived a suicide attempt, and also in the hopes that all of our work, y'all's work and my work, really leads us to live more joyful lives and to make folks, queer folks, femme folks, trans folks, Black folks, Indigenous folks, people of color, people with disabilities, all folks who have not been fully uplifted, that we are uplifting folks and making the world a safer place. So that's the spirit in which I want to share this poem. In our lifetimes, 40% of trans people will attempt suicide. I did. I am. Men could not see me as one of them, and what can I be but thankful? I was a girl, and for that, I was never given a gun. A word alongside another word placed in God's mouth incorrectly may be slower, but no less direct. If Melissa, is she apologizing for all the names she's learned to sharpen her body somehow into a kind of relief from that fact? What I know of logic comes from being touched by a corpse flower, kneeling to that which promises us injury, inflorescence. You until you are holy, you until you are not. Every day I depend on how we language me. Melissa understands that between her I sleep like a shovel, like a saw blade, still between hands, wants to turn, wants something difficult to cut. What I want is to hear someone I loved tell me not to die from my own tongue. Tell me the passing itself is holy, a grief hymn no God would want to sing without us. The invisible parts of my body are not the only ones I want to know love. I repeat the prayer I am most afraid of. Why did you not protect her? Why cannot the day be longer? Any day, we are not required to know more absence than we know love. May yes come. May I live through all the no, all the yes that she was. Thank you so much.
Thank you, TC. So wonderful. Thank you so much. So exciting. I'm so sorry that we missed you and your beautiful poems all of 2020. Wonderful, wonderful work, and looking forward to more. Appreciate you. I really do. I really do.
Say before he leaves, I want to thank you for all the hard work you did on the downtown haiku hike. 700 submissions and you picked 20 of them, so good for you.
Thank you. That was a blast.
It's a very, very cool project.
It's so, it's our second time doing it. So it's like, it just keeps happening. It's amazing. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you, TC. Really appreciate it. So we do have another presentation, a couple more actually. I'd like to take this opportunity to do a proclamation to proclaim Borderlands Theater Day. And we do have people here to accept the proclamation. I see Moyadeen, I saw Barkley a little bit ago. I saw Milta.
Yeah, Milta.
So let me start with the proclamation in proclaiming Borderlands Theater Day. Whereas Borderlands Theater is a professional nonprofit theater company operating in Tucson for over 35 years. And whereas the theater is recognized nationally and internationally for the development and production of innovative theater that strives to build a more just and equitable society while reflecting the diverse voices of the border region. And whereas the theater strives to celebrate the authentic experiences, culture, and heritage of the communities rooted in the Sonoran Desert region. And whereas Borderlands Theater award-winning Barrio Stories project amplifies the underrepresented histories of barrio culture, centering the important contributions of Mexican Americans to the cultural fabric and history of Tucson and the Borderlands. And whereas Borderlands Theater has fostered and promoted professional and emerging playwrights, actors, directors, and designers from the region while building strong relationships with local educational, civic, and community-based organizations. Now, therefore, I, Regina Romero, Mayor of the City of Tucson, Arizona, do hereby proclaim Saturday, March 27th, 2021, to be Borderlands Theater Day. In witness whereof, I have here to set my hand and cause the seal of the City of Tucson, Arizona, to be affixed this 27th day of March, 2021. Well, it's actually the 23rd, but effective the 27th. Congratulations to Borderlands Theater for their amazing work in our community and their 35 years of history with us, making Tucson that much richer and better because of your existence. So I wanted to offer Milta or Moya Hadin or Barkley the opportunities to say a couple of words if they'd like.
Yes, Mark is there.
Hello. I was asked to say some words on behalf of the organization. Thank you so much, Mayor Romero and City Council members. Again, my name is Mark David Pinate, Producing Artistic Director of Borderlands Theater. It's an honor to accept the proclamation and the recognition of the important work of centering the narratives of this region through arts and culture and the work of artists and culture bearers do to make Tucson, the great city it is. There's some great people here, there's great food here, and there's some really great culture here. I do want to recognize Barkley Goldsmith, who founded the company in 1986, as well as members of Teatro Libertad. There was a Chicano theater group that started before Borderlands Theater and was a big part of the creation of Borderlands Theater. And yeah, just thanks again. It's a great honor to serve this wonderful city in the way that we do, and we're really happy to have this proclamation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mark. I appreciate you all being here and congratulations.
I agree, Madam Mayor. Congratulations to them. They've had a strong tradition here in Tucson, especially during the Christmas time with Los Prostrala and so many other events and other plays that they've played. And they follow the memory of Albert Soto, Annabelle Nunez, and Enrique Perez Gomez, and so many other people that have walked in the past and did things. And Barkley's always been at the head of this thing, and his wife has also been there. So thank you, Madam Mayor, for doing the proclamation.
Such a treasure for the community. And I hope at least another 35 years for Borderlands Theater. With that presentation, we're moving on to a bit more sad proclamation because I believe it was 2 Saturdays ago, we lost a giant for the Tucson community. Mr. Manuel Herrera Jr. passed away. And, Mr. Herrera led an amazing life and was a giant in the city of Tucson, representing Sunnyside neighborhood, and really training all of his family to participate civically in their community. So he will be greatly missed. And we're declaring the Manuel Herrera Jr. Day in the city of Tucson this day, March 23rd, 2021. So let me read it to you. And I believe we have Becky Quintero, and I don't know if Yolanda, and I'll leave them, give it to them to hopefully say a couple of words and then play a small video. So whereas Tucson has lost a great citizen and man of honor who had a strong work ethic, integrity, respect of others, and high values, Manuel Herrera Jr. will be missed by all and will always be the hero and wind beneath our wings for his family and for his community. And whereas Manuel Herrera Jr.'s involvements, including the Knights of Columbus, Santa Monica Church, Community Justice Board, he was the past president of the Sunnyside Neighborhood Association, co-founder of the All-American Awards Program, a founding member of the United Community Advisory Board, UCAP, task that oversees the EPA TIAA Superfund side on water contamination cleanup. And whereas Manuel Herrera Jr. was from the greatest generation, proudly serving his country, a Navy veteran who, after serving in World War II, found his way into public service with the United States Postal Service. He started as a clerk and worked his way up to postmaster. And whereas Manuel Herrera Jr. was a pillar of the community, always advocating to create positive change, especially striving and succeeding to be a role model for all, especially all children, not just his own. And whereas as much as he loved his community, he loved his family more. He is survived by his dedicated wife, Josie, or Josephine, and his children, Marty, Manny III, David, Yolanda, Becky, Cecilia, and James. Grandfather to 15 and great-grandfather to 20. He was extremely proud of his heritage and a proud Tucsonan, with roots running deep, dating back to the mid-1800s when Tucson was still a Mexican pueblo. And now, therefore, I, Regina Romero, Mayor of the City of Tucson, Arizona, do hereby proclaim March 23rd, 2021 to be the day of service in memory of Mr. Manuel Herrera Jr. And encourage all of the citizens of Tucson to join, in witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Tucson, Arizona to be affixed this day of March 23rd, 2021. There is a video, I believe Lane Mandel is ready to share it if possible.
I know they're a shy group and probably won't. Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, Council people, City staff, City Manager. I'm extremely happy because, as you know, this was a surprise to my dad, and the family and the members of the community worked very, very hard to keep it from him. So this was the first time he's heard about it, even though I was afraid it's on the agenda. But I could tell by his expression he is extremely shocked. It is an honor to for my father, and I'm just extremely happy to have something honoring him while he's still alive. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can I?
Well, those are wonderful memories. I don't know if Yolanda is here with us, but I do know that the entire family is watching, and such deserved recognition to Mr. Manuel Herrera Jr. Councilmember Santa Cruz, I don't know if you wanted to add something in addition to the proclamation.
No, thank you so much for working with us and making this happen. We do have his daughter Yolanda and his wife Josie on the line ready to speak.
Okay.
Do you want to say a few words, Mom? They have me. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My mom wants me to thank you all for this honor for my dad. As you know, this has been a very hard couple of weeks for family and community. So I'm going to see if maybe she'll say something anyway.
Just thank you. That was beautiful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Josie, and thank you, Yolanda, and our most sincere condolences to the entire Herrera family. You know, I know we've lost him physically, but he's here with us and will continue to be. And like I said before, he was a giant, and the history and his work and the work of the entire family will continue to be part of our community and part of Sunnyside and the history of Sunnyside and the South Side. So you should be very proud, Josie, and the entire family should as well.
Thank you again so very much, Mayor Romero and Lane Santa Cruz, for bringing this forward in honor of my dad. He was a great man, and I know he'll be missed by so many, not just his family.
Absolutely. Thank you. And our sincerest condolences.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alrighty. After tears, we move on to item 2D.
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
City Manager's Communication number 79, dated March 23rd, is received into and made part of the record. Are there any personal appointments to be made at this time? Hearing none. Item 3.
Mayor and council reports, summary of current events.
City Manager's Communication number 80, dated March 23rd, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow members of the mayor and council to report on current events. These are to be current events of activities within the community, not position statements on policy issues. Does any council member have anything to report at this time? We'll start with Ward 1, Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Thank you, Mayor. We have a couple of events coming up this weekend. On Friday, March 26th, Fuga is hosting their monthly Bicicleteada del Sur, starting at the El Pueblo Center, near the Senior Center at 6 p.m. We ask people to bring their mask and their lights and something warm. On Saturday, on March 27th, Galeria Mitotera is having their spring pop-up with local vendors getting together in South Tucson between 1 p.m. and 4 p.m. We know that they've been trying to continue to support our local artists and vendors throughout the pandemic. So if, again, folks can support, wear their masks. There's also another a spring pop-up event on Sunday, March 28 with the Livas family, where it's an entire family of artistic, skillful creators at the base of a mountain from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. And then finally, this coming Monday, March 29th, we celebrate the legacy of Cesar Chavez here in the city. Thank you, to your work, Mayor, and the rest of the council at the time for working on that. And so we're doing a rally in BC and Barrio Cleanup on Monday at 4 p.m. We're meeting at 5 Points and then riding on to Rose Wash for a cleanup. So if anybody wants to join us, you're invited.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Cunningham?
I wanted to extend my condolences to the Herrera family. But on Friday night, this was the hardest part of my day today. I want to wish my friend. You're gonna have to do it. Sorry.
Councilmember, I'm so sorry.
I lost my brother Mike Gordy this week.
Yes.
He was really special.
Mm-hmm.
He's one of the best people I ever met. And I just wanted to let everyone know that that guy was so selfless and wasn't afraid of anything. He was a teacher, a master carpenter, a dedicated educator, but I think his fearlessness was the coolest thing I've ever known. So, to Bridget and Ian, I'm so sorry for your loss. And Tucson has lost so many people this year. And we lost a really great guy, Mike Gordy. Thank you.
Hear, 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 hear. We all feel for the loss of Michael Gordy. And so all of a sudden, thank you, Councilmember Cunningham, for expressing your love and recognizing him. Councilmember Ulick.
Thank you, Mayor Romero. I think this meeting is, it's such an important time, and it's important for us to share those moments of just acknowledging the tremendous loss to the Herrera family, to our community. Michael Gordy was a great friend. And of course, there are so many people in this community feeling this pain right now. So it's only right for us to be sharing it here tonight as well. I do want to share some upcoming events that are happening in our community. The first is that, as you all know, the Sugar Hill and Mansfield Park neighborhoods have for years offered a great gift to the community in an extravaganza event. And this year, our great Parks and Rec staff have worked with them to create an egg hunt across 40 parks throughout the city this Thursday. And then on Saturday, the 27th, there will be a drive-through event at Mansfield Park. So we wanted to make sure everybody knew that Saturday from 10 to 2, that gathering will be happening. And for more information on participating in that family fun community-wide event, please call Tucson Parks and Rec at 791-4873. Mayor Romero, I know you'll share details about the Community Safety Budget Town Hall coming up on Saturday. I just wanted to strongly encourage our whole community to consider participating at that time or throughout the process. I'll be there Saturday, and I'll be eager to hear from the community. Also, on April 1st at 5:30, our office will be hosting a neighborhood traffic calming information session. And you can get more information on that virtual event by calling the Ward 3 office at 791-4711 or emailing Ward 3 at tucsonaz.gov. I want to thank SAFE, Old Pueblo Community Services, and our own Housing and Community Development Department. I was really pleased to represent the mayor and council at a virtual opening and tour of the new Bread and Roses transitional housing location for LGBTQ youth. I know we all recognize that up to 40% of youth who are homeless are queer, and often are homeless because they've been rejected by their families and have no place to turn. So that was a very moving event for me personally and for, I know, everyone at the mayor and council table. Congratulations to those organizations and to the city of Tucson for creating that safe space for queer youth to not only survive, but to thrive. And finally, my colleague, Councilmember Fimbres, will be offering a joint statement on his behalf and my behalf regarding the horrific anti-Asian American actions that occurred recently in Atlanta. I want to offer my own solidarity with the Asian American community here in Tucson and beyond. And I will thank Councilmember Fimbres for offering that full statement. Thank you, Mayor Romero.
Thank you, Councilmember Lulick. Vice Mayor Lee?
Thank you, Mayor. I just really want to echo the condolences of all of my colleagues to all of the families out there hurting here in Tucson from the loss of loved ones and all the way across the country to Atlanta today. Just a couple updates from Ward 4 and also citywide coming up on Thursday, the 25th. The Department of Housing and Community Development and I want to invite you to a community-wide conversation again this Thursday, March 25th at 9 a.m. to discuss advancing digital inclusion for the city's HUD-assisted residents. The City of Tucson's Department of Housing and Community Development is in its first year as a Connect Home USA community, and we're seeking to partner with residents and community leaders as well as private and nonprofit providers to advance access to affordable in-home internet, devices, and digital training amongst Tucson's HUD-assisted residents. So I'm really excited to be partnering with the department to help move this program forward. You can find out more information about that at tucsonaz.gov/HCD/connect-home. And our Ward 4 March Town Hall is also happening on Thursday evening at 6 p.m. tucsonaz.gov/Ward 4, and the topic is going to be parks and recreation. So we hope you can join us. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And Councilmember Fimbres?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to thank Councilwoman Ulick for joining me with in our statement for the Asian community. I want to thank Councilmember Ulick for her words, support of the Asian community in Tucson, in Atlanta, and across the country, for which I also reaffirm. The city of Tucson was one of the first cities in the nation to adopt an anti-discrimination and human relations ordinance in 1977. This ordinance prohibits discrimination by race, gender identity, national origin, sexual preference, and religion in housing, employment, and public accommodations. This ordinance has full criminal penalties for those who violate it. In 1995, the city of Tucson was the first city in Arizona to adopt a hate crimes ordinance covering race, gender identity, national origin, sexual preference, and religion with a full criminal penalties, which when parts of our community are attacked, Tucson comes together to show we are one city, one community. We condemn the actions that have taken place in Atlanta, and our hearts go out to those families who lost loved ones. We condemn the hatred and violence that has occurred there against our Asian brothers and sisters across the nation, and Tucson stands with our Asian community. Tucson stands with our entire family. So thank you, Councilwoman Ulick, and thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you. On Thursday, March 18th, I virtually took part in SunTrans Transit Employees Appreciation Day. I presented 750 Tucson SunTran employees who are part of our first responders and essential employees, the Ward 5 Certificate of Appreciation and the Ward 5 First Responders Coin. The Suntran event was the last event I took part in. My office gave Ward 5 Certificates of Appreciation and First Responder Coins to all our first responders, essentially employees in TFD, TPD, 911, transportation, and environmental services, to basically say thank you for their services and risking what they have done over the last year and a half. This was to thank them for their service in our community, dedication, and working during this health pandemic. Also on March 18th, I took part in the meeting with the Rose Business Coalition, who met about ongoing issues on 6th and 12th Avenue, as well as smoke shops. I want to thank the coalition for letting me take part, and I look forward to working with them for the betterment of our community. And as Councilman Paul Cunningham, Lane Santa Cruz, and Karen Ulick and yourself, Madam Mayor, so we lost some champions last week. We lost Manny Herrera, who was an outstanding veteran who gave a lot to our community, and it started the All-American Awards, luncheon. And you know how they started it? They were collecting they're collecting aluminum cans to start raising the money for the scholarships in the Sunnyside School District. What champions they have been for us. And also Michael Gordy, a champion in education, a champion for labor and all that. And then the sad note, we put to rest my brother Stephen on Saturday also, as he passed away from his battle with cancer. During this month, First Health Solutions has offered free COVID-19 testing at Sunnyside High Schools and Desert View High School for residents of the 85706, 85713, and 85714 zip codes. These efforts was run by First Health, who received funding from the federal government for this. I want to thank Vivian Nichols and First Health Solutions for helping those in the 85706, 85713, and 85714 zip codes to deal with COVID for our community. On May 3rd, put your calendars at 10 a.m. at the Quincy Douglas Neighborhood Center. The dedication of the Buffalo Soldiers Memorial will take place. This memorial is the first voter-approved and also funded project to honor African Americans who served this country from 1866 to 1948. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Council Member.
I want to thank Josie and Yolanda and Becky and Richard and Marty for all their advocacy, because you can see what a role model Manny was, because they became outstanding citizens of our community, giving back so much to our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Council Member Kosacek?
Yeah. So Paul, that the real emotion you showed, so many around this sort of virtual table can really relate to. Mike was a great guy. I know Rahina lost her dad a couple of years ago. Richard, your brother, last week. There's not a day that goes by where I don't think about my mom, who I lost last year as well. And Yolanda and Josie, I'm glad you stayed on. There's a song that I do out of A Star Is Born that's called I'll Always Remember Us This Way. And every time I do it, the line that says the part of me that you will never die, I think about my mom then, and I think all of us on this call right now can relate to somebody they love. And Yolanda and Josie, the part of your dad and your husband that is you is never going to die. And with that, you will carry his legacy on with everybody you meet and everybody's life that you continue to touch. And the same is true for you, Richard, with your brother, and Rahina with your dad, and all of us who have lost loved ones. And it's just so hard. So that's all I've got.
Thank you so much, Council Member. I appreciate you adding those kind words. Yolanda and Josie, please give our best regards to the entire family. We feel you. Manny Herrera Jr. will always be with us. He's left so much for all of you to be so proud of. I did want to expand on the invitation for the community to continue adding their voice to our budget. And this Saturday, March 27th, from 10:30 to 12, we will have a budget town hall focusing on community safety. Departments that will be presenting will be housing, courts, fire, police, 911 communications, and we will be talking about community safety pilot program as well. Register online at the City of Tucson website at tucsonaz.gov. I also want to add my voice to the Asian American community in this country, as well as the victims of gun violence that were gunned down yesterday in Colorado. Violence in any form is not acceptable. These past 2 weeks have demonstrated once again the devastation wrought by gun violence in our country. Today, I would like to offer my sincere condolences to the victims, the families, and the entire communities of those impacted by the mass shooting in Georgia and Colorado. But as we all know, our thoughts and prayers are not enough. Reports of violence against our Asian American Pacific Islander brothers and sisters are rising. I am both alarmed and feeling anguish by this escalating violence. This is not acceptable. We must all work together to bring awareness to this issue and to take actionable steps towards ending gun violence, racially motivated violence, hate crimes, and mass shootings in our country. So with that, we're moving on to item 4. Thank you all for showing your heart, for showing your emotions to all of us and the rest of the community. I really appreciate you all. Item 4.
City Manager's Report, Summary of Current Events.
City Manager's Communication number 81, dated March 23rd, is received into and made part of the record. Time has been scheduled to allow the City Manager to report on current events. Mr. Manager.
Mayor, thank you. And again, I will, on behalf of the city employees of the City of Tucson, offer our deepest condolences. I saw Yolanda and Senora Herrera, you were on. Our deepest condolences, and also to the Gordy family as well, and all that have lost. I think today's meeting and really sharing demonstrates the strength of our community with your leadership as a mayor and city council. I think really speaks to the heart of our community. So I just wanted to make that comment. Mayor, I'd like to take the privilege of the microphone and turn it over to City Attorney Mike Rankin. He has an announcement that he'd like to make. Go ahead, Mike.
Thank you, Mike, and I add my sentiments as well for Manny. Even before I was the city attorney and I had some assignments working on neighborhood issues, is when I first met Manny and the rest of the Herrera family, and nothing but fond memories there, so thank you. And on what has become a night of tributes, I wanted to take a minute just to acknowledge a very special career in public service. Dave Dybel, my chief deputy, is retiring April 2nd after more than 30 years as an attorney in the Tucson City Attorney's Office. And Dave has a long list of accomplishments, as you might imagine, after 30 years. But there's one that I want to highlight, and that is that as my chief deputy, he really led the charge for modernizing my office, both in the criminal division and in the civil division, in us moving from what was literally a pen and paper file system to fully digitized case management, which has really transformed the operations of our department. So I wanted to take a minute, say thank you, Dave, and best of luck on this next chapter here as you move into a well-deserved retirement. Thank you.
Well, thank you for sharing with us, and congratulations, Dave. We're really happy to bid farewell, and thank you for your more than, you said, Mike, 30 years of service to the city of Tucson. We appreciate it and appreciate your commitment to us.
Can I just add one quick thing? Because Mike was off the screen when I was talking, so Mike lost a sister last year too. Really tough. So
what a year of loss, and incredible. Well, thank you, Mike. And Mike, let's move on to item 5.
Liquor license applications report from city manager.
City manager's communication number 82, dated March 23rd, is received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, please read the liquor license agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's liquor license agenda under item 5B, we have 1 request for a new license, 1 request for owner transfer. Under item 5D, we have 1 request for agent change, acquisition of control. Staff has indicated that the applicants in items 5B2 and D1 are in compliance with the requirements. So those items should be forwarded to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval. Item 5B1, Business Services Department has indicated that the applicant is not in compliance due to tax issues. So that item should be considered separately.
What is the council's pleasure?
Madam Mayor, I move that we accept the first 2 that were recommended and approved.
Do I have a second? There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Clerk, which is the item to be considered separately?
The item to be considered separately is item B1, Taqueria Juanitos, located in Ward 3.
Councilmember Ulick?
Yes, thank you. It's my understanding that Business Services is working with the applicant to address the issues that are outstanding, and I'm very pleased that Spardatos had the opportunity to work with us and to get their license. And so I'd like to ask the clerk if there is additional time for the applicant to be able to come into compliance before this is due.
We can send a letter to the State Liquor Board requesting a continuance of the 60-day requirement.
Yeah, it's very difficult to know exactly what's going on other than that businesses are struggling. And I don't take these actions lightly at the table here. I'd really like to give them the opportunity of, if my colleagues would support that, I would make a motion that we request additional time. And Mr. Clerk, is it to ask for an additional 60 days extension? Is there a typical extension period that's granted?
Typically 60 days. This will be an additional 60 days. They have been continued once already.
Okay.
I'll second that, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
So there's a motion and a second to continue this item for an additional 60 days. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Councilmember Ulick. Alrighty. Item 6.
Call to the audience.
At this time, the public is allowed to address the mayor and council on any issue. Speakers are limited to 3-minute presentation, and call to the audience is scheduled to last for no more than 30 minutes. Pursuant to the Arizona Open Meeting Law, individual council members may ask the city manager to review the matter, ask the matter be placed on a future agenda, or respond to criticism made by speakers. However, The mayor and council may not discuss or take legal action on matters raised during call to the audience. With that, we do have a few speakers, and Mr. Clerk, help me out and see if these speakers are available. Our first speaker is Dale Warner.
Yes, Your Honor.
Dale Warner.
Honorable Mayor, Council, thank you. Subject, what was motivating me? A true statement. Me and my neighbors have been scarred for life by C9-8145. I encourage you to vote no on C9-8145C, 36 in La Jolla. In reviewing a PDSD permit for my home, permit C9-8145 is rezoning my land of 41 years. There was no data but an address on La Jolla Boulevard. This shows Tillamook area plan supports rezoning to an FLD R1 R2 zoning of 208 homes. I soon found out that 307 other permitted properties had the same rezoning. This was approved in 11 working days on September 18th. Everything was locked until October 2nd. On November 2nd, 2020, changed to C9-8145C, just in time for a vote for mayor and council. 1979, 7 elected officials approved annexation restriction for an MH1 restricted that was also approved by more than 51% of residents of Ward 1. And a non-elected PDSD zoning official has no problem with removing the 36,000 square foot restriction because it has no problem with mobile home MH1 zoning down to 7,000 square feet. No rezoning is being proposed. This is MH1 zoning on just 18 acres of buildable area of 170 maximum density homes using FLD. Removing the FLD as the bad tool, this FLD zoning is illegal for MH1 restriction. PDSD rezoning permit states, quoting, the purpose of this is to eliminate the rezoning condition. PDSD zoning review has no objection to this change, end quote. Wow. La Jolla has traffic gridlocks daily with rollover accidents on cut-through streets, safety issues on elementary school crossings. La Jolla and 36 traffic capacity levels are at 100% with no fixed schedule being proposed for this project. PDSD DOT traffic permit states, quoting, no adverse comments or special considerations, end quoting. PDSD used a 2-year-old data showing traffic levels at 106% with no growth out west considered, and this project would not be completed for 4 years from data review dates. What did PDSD review and approve? Nothing. I have over 1.5 years of FLD research back to 2015. This is the first FLD in MH1 that I have found. The proposed project documents are from August of 2017 to 2019. Postponed till after the 2019 mayor and council election and was using 2-year-old data stamped with mid-2020 review dates. If you review FLD from this project, the zoning is illegal. We agree with Council Member Lane Santa Cruz, and we stand strong with her that this density is too much. FLD as a development tool has to be removed. I urge you to vote no on C9-8145C, 36 in La Jolla. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Warner. Ross Kaplowitz.
He's on, Your Honor.
Mr. Ross Kaplowitz.
You'll need to press *6, Your Honor. There you go.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Can you
Go
hear
ahead,
me?
Mr. Poplowitz.
My name is Ross Kaplowitz. I've been a resident of Tucson since 2004 in Ward 4. I have questions regarding our half-cent sales tax increase that went into effect July 1, 2017. The City of Tucson asked for voters to increase for the increase for the last 5 years and was approved by the voters. Who was on the Citizens Public Safety Oversight Commission? And who was on the Citizens Bond Oversight Commission? The sales tax was supposed to raise a projected $250 million under Proposition 101. $150 million was to go to first responders, vehicles, and equipment. $55 million was for public safety vehicles, a new Southside substation for the police department, police academy training track, and 5 fire station rebuilds. $100 million was to go to restoring, repairing, and resurfacing our city streets. Have y'all driven on our roads lately? My question to you, City Council and Mayor, where did this money go? Approximately $110 million has been raised by this sales tax. $40 million approximately has been spent. Where is the other $70 million? As the Vice President of Tucson Back the Blue Line and a big supporter of our first responders, it is very disheartening to see the crime rate rise. And the loss of officers to our department is increasingly steady. Perhaps it is time to start looking for new leadership for our public safety, such as the Tucson Police Department. Tucson Police has about 750 employees at the present time, and we are losing approximately 10 officers a month to lateral transfers and retirements, which has now brought us to critical staffing levels. It takes approximately 8 months for TPD to replace 14 officers. As a resident raising a family in the city of Tucson and being invested in our community, we as a city should have at least 1,100 employees for as far as many residents as the city of Tucson has. As for Phoenix, they are 3 times the population and have 3,125 employees in their agency, which can be easily found on Google. By giving our public safety the 13.4% raise to bring their pay about average to the officers around the state, maybe they would stay in the city of Tucson instead of using our agency as a stepping stone to becoming a police officer elsewhere where the pay and leadership is better. Thank you for your time, Mayor and City Council members.
Thank you, Mr. Kaplowitz. Heidi Miller.
Madam Mayor?
We can hear you. Heidi, you have 3 minutes.
Actually, this is Councilmember Ulick. If I could, I apologize.
I am so sorry.
I apologize. Could we, Mr. Manager, could you make sure that there's a report shared on the accounting of the expenditure of the proposition funds? I think an updated report to the speaker who just spoke, as well as to all of us. You know, obviously the public would be interested in that. So I don't know if it's posted, but that's real important information for everybody in the public to know.
Right.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
It is posted. We'll make sure it's closed. Thank you.
And I'm sorry about that. I didn't recognize your voice. Is Miss Heidi Miller here with us?
Yes, am I heard?
Yes, a little bit of background noise, but we can hear you.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I've been having a problem with it. My name is Heidi Miller. I live in area code 85739, Tucson, Arizona. I'm here to put a spotlight on the blight that is being cemented into every street, at every corner, at every school, at every playground. Redundant, overpowered wireless transmission facilities pouring unnecessarily high power into bedrooms, capable of generating images peering beyond our bathroom walls. There won't be a child left in Tucson unviolated by this intrusive and unrestrained catastrophe. City staff believes that incomplete applications are lawful enough and should be accepted with no argument from the public. The public, who must live with the nuisance and hazard that these unlawfully permitted polls impose upon us. The polls that the HUD Housing Urban Development calls a nuisance and a hazard. There is a striking lack of adherence to law and disregard for the quiet enjoyment of streets. Further substance denied to the public is the entitlements under Arizona Revised Statute Title 39, declared thus: public records and other matters in the custody of any officer shall be open to inspection by any person at all times during office hours. City staff believes they can deny the rights of any person the open inspection of these public records in their authentic form, unjustifiably impose hoops and lengthy procedure to obtain a fraction of what they may wish to have access to. Tell us that having the lawfully entitled information we want to see is not what we really want. Tell us that we may view that fraction of these documents only if by written request, a wait of weeks or months, and only if we request specific portions of them. These applications are being hidden from the public, they're incomplete, and have been approved ultra vires. We must not permit applications for poles that are not co-located, and most are not. Few of the small cells are camouflaged or painted as required by law, if any. The permit is for a monopole defined by state law as a wireless support structure that has all the wireless facilities mounted on the pole, contained inside the pole. Yet, next to the pole appears these hideous, oversized boxes mounted to the ground. Neither do applications make clear the means of installation, what's inside them, nor do they appear in the proposed site photo. The few of the city's granted permits that I've been allowed to receive go as far as to read, match the existing city look and design, yet in no way is that either accomplished or attempted, and in fact conflict with the existing city design. They look terrible. How are we going to fix this disaster? Put the Tucsonans Wireless Telecommunications Facility Ordinance on the agenda right away and pass it with no further delay. My comment regards no matter of mere concern, but of substance, fact, and law to be submitted for the public record. Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you so much, Ms. Miller. Wendy Burkhardt.
Can you hear?
Ms. Burkhardt, I think you put yourself on mute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm Wendy Burkhardt. I'm a small business owner and a full-time mom. I attest and affirm that the following statements are true, accurate, and within my knowledge. In Tucson, we're witnessing an unnecessary, unjustified, and uncompensated taking of property from Tucson residents to enrich multi-billion-dollar telecom companies without sufficient due diligence or proper care executed by our city. This must cease immediately. Esteemed City Council members, this densified 4G, 5G deployment is a huge liability transfer from Big Red, Big Blue, and Big Pink Wireless to local taxpayers, the last step in their long con. The wireless industry has manipulated our state and local governments into unwitting participation in a huge liability transfer scheme. Uncovering this scheme in 2017, attorney Harry Lehman wrote a significant letter to the California legislature. That letter convinced then Governor Jerry Brown to veto California's streamlined small cell deployment bill 3 months later. By the way, this letter has been placed in the city of Tucson's public record. The city claims to be insured, however, based on insurers' exemptions, insufficient insurance exists for the coming claims. Insufficient insurance exists for the coming claims for injury, illness, or early death resulting from excessive radiated power from so-called small wireless telecommunication facilities, which imprints digital data onto pulsed data modulated radio frequency electromagnetic microwave radiation, or RF-EMR for short, carrier waves. RF-EMR, which is a toxic pollutant, under the insurance exclusion in the general liabilities policies of Zurich, Sun, Hartford, and CFC underwriting for Lloyd's of London states, we will not pay anything under this policy for claims or expenses from electromagnetic fields. any liability directly or indirectly caused by or in connection with or contributed to by or arising from electromagnetic fields or electromagnetic radiation. The city must resolve this problem immediately by insisting that wireless applicants provide proper insurance that does not have such an RFEMR pollution exclusion. This means the need for either third-party supplementary insurance without a pollution exclusion, listing the city as an additionally insured or self-insurance directly from the multi-billion-dollar corporations, AT&T, T-Mobile, Sprint, Verizon. The legal catch here is that currently the city of Tucson is not doing business directly with AT&T, Mobile, Sprint, or Verizon, but with their uninsured franchisees and or agents. The firm named on the application is a shell company designed to go bankrupt when the first claim arrives. This leaves city taxpayers holding the bag. Since you, esteemed city council members, are now positively informed, we will not leave ourselves holding the bag. The city could be bankrupt unless it ceases its current SWFT activities, does its due diligence, avoids bait and switch liability schemes, and amends the city's W2F ordinance to full insurance and with proof thereof to be submitted as part of the application process. Do your duties and obligations in both fiduciary and public safety matters. You must, 1, act to prevent and not merely insure against harm. 2, revise the city's ordinance at once to establish that the parent wireless companies remain liable for their harms. And 3, protect the long-term financial stability of Tucson, of the city of Tucson. So how will we fix these enormous problems? Please put the Tucson Wireless Telecommunications Facility Ordinance on the agenda to be passed right away. Thank you. I've expressed a matter of mere concern about silly matters of substance, fact, and law. Good evening.
Thank you so much, Ms. Burkhardt. Stacy Ollinger?
I don't see Stacy online, Your Honor.
Mary Slatcher?
She's on.
Mary Slatcher?
Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, you have 2 minutes.
I want to thank you, Mayor and Council, for letting me speak. Like the gentleman that had spoke before about the police officers, we are down 330. We are in need of 550. We do have the funding, as he stated, to do this. They need 13% increase immediately. We also need bicycle patrol. The reason that I bring up the police officers along with my homeless program that I have presented to all of you before the council, has met tonight, is that I would like to present a program where we have bicycle patrol as well as regular patrol so that we can then set up signs that state that we are a drug-free neighborhood with a 1-mile area and show the city that we can make a difference with the homeless. I have homeless that have been in my neighborhood for almost 6 years at this point that have all begged me and asked me, when is the program starting, Mary? When is the program? I dreamt it. Officer Jolson has a lot of the same ideas that I do, and he can present that as well. But we need to do something different, and we need to stop allowing other cities, other states, other countries shipping their people from their court systems, people that they don't want in their cities anymore, with $30 in a bus pass. I saw 2 of buses coming into my neighborhood at 2 o'clock in the morning for the badass teeny weenies and the badass drugs. Teeny weenies, I said, excuse me, what do you mean? 10, 11, and 12-year-olds that are locked all over the city in hidden underground dirt basements. I deal with this on a day in and day out basis with 17 other neighbors and 18 other neighbors that have dogs that walk in our neighborhood. It has become one of the most unsafe neighborhoods in the city. Instead of doing what we do, why don't we do one thing? Start a toll-free number. Don't allow the homeless to solicit on the streets. Don't put them in jail. Waive their felonies, waive their fees, waive their back child support. Get them a social worker, get them into a locked community with brand new housing, get the churches to work together with you, get the community, get the charities to work with you that says we are a drug-free neighborhood. I am subjected to drugs every single day. Every single day, my throat swells shut. We need to do something. church, charity, and city working together in communication, cooperation, and collaboration for the whole of one human being, not a part and a piece. I have mobile homes that we can work together with that were willing to give us FEMA homes. I have an open lot area that is more than beautiful enough to be an area where people can have community and they can get drug free. They can go back and work in the community. They can untag their tags. They can do all of these things that we do not do now. They make $400 million in 1 year.
Ms. Fletcher, please come to a conclusion.
Yes, ma'am. That's it. That's it.
Thank you.
Church, charity, and city working together.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your voice. Karen Rolig. Miss Karen Rolig. Hi, Karen.
Hello. Good evening.
How are you? You have 3 minutes.
Alrighty. Hello, my name is Karen Rolig. I'm a commercial and residential real estate broker here in Tucson. There's been a lot of new towers going up and around Tucson, and upon investigating, I wanted to share with you some of what I found out as it relates to the safety of the public and our property values. Now, these poles, 4 and 5G wireless, deploy man-made pulse modulating microwave radiation in wavelengths ranging from 20 inches down to just 0.1 inch. These are in addition to the existing 3G and 4G microwave radiation, which have wavelengths from 17 inches down to 7 inches. The microwave radiation in these wavelengths are hazardous because they're maximally absorbed by water in humans, animals, even insects, and our plants. The radiation is completely foreign to living systems and are scientifically proven to cause harm to brains, hearts, eyes, ears, and skin, I found out. These concentrate like a laser beam that's absorbed into the body, and they don't bounce off our skin. It actually penetrates through the body. So if you took a flashlight and pressed it into the palm of your hand, you can actually see the light through the back of your hand. X-rays also pass through our bodies. In fact, the entire electromagnetic spectrum passes through our bodies all day long via computers, cell phones, etc. So it's critically important to locally regulate how much power is powering these so-called small wireless telecommunication facilities, is what they're called, sending this toxic pollution at the speed of light. So what is the law on this? Well, the Federal 1996 Telecommunications Act in Section 324 says that for all radio licensed from the FCC, the wireless companies must use only the minimum power for the communication desired. And that communication desired is personal wireless service, which is only the placing of wireless calls and texts. Now, there's over 300 of these, quote, WTFs in Tucson, and they're invading our second and third story bedrooms. And these are actually 25 to 30 million times higher than that is what's needed for 5 bars of service for, quote, personal wireless service. Now, this amount of power can make people sick, as it did for 2 little girls in Sacramento, where the
30 seconds.
was powerfully metered. So what we need in Tucson is a protective local ordinance that limits the power through these poles to negative 85 dBms or 5 bars of service and no higher. I present no matter of mere concern, but solely matters of fact and law, and I appreciate your oath of office, Council and Mayor Romero. Good evening.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Karen. Those are the speakers for tonight's call to the audience. We move on to item 7.
Consent agenda items A through H.
Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read the consent agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's consent agenda, item A is approval of minutes. Item B is an agreement with the United States Geological Survey for joint funding of water resource investigations. Item C is a financial participation agreement with the Sonoran Institute for expansion of its Living River report. Item D is a grant agreement with the Arizona Department of Water Resources for a water loss control program. This item will be considered separately at the request of Councilmember Kozaczek. Item E is Parks and Recreation approving moving a Proposition 407 ball field lighting project from Stephen Golub Park to Fort Lowell Park. Item F is surplus property donation of a 2001 Chevrolet 1500 vehicle to the University of Arizona Emergency Medical Services. Item G is an intergovernmental agreement amendment with Pima County for repayment of COVID-19 testing expenses. Item H is Industrial Development Authority, appointment to the Board of Directors of the Industrial Development Authority of the City of Tucson. That's the extent of the consent agenda, Your Honor.
May I have a motion, please?
I move the consent agenda minus 7D.
I second that.
So there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Roll call.
Ms. Zulik?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
The items on the consent agenda are approved by a vote of 7-0. Councilmember Kozaczek?
Sorry. Yeah. First of all, the item is about a grant for leak monitoring, and I totally support it. It's to study leaks in our distribution system. We all get calls. I'm sure we all get calls. They're not uncommon where somebody has seen a spike in their bill, and more often than not, it's from a leak that they weren't aware of. Sometimes somebody just left an irrigation system on, but oftentimes it's from a leak. I know that there are products on the market that people can buy, but as a utility, there's technology that we can implement to support them too, so that we can provide better information to our customers when they hit certain levels of usage throughout the month. And I'm just wondering if there is any portion of this grant that can be used to enhance our own meter monitoring capability so that we can alert customers when they see some sort of an anomaly in their usage. Yeah. So I don't know who, John or
Mr. Manager, or maybe Tim, John?
I'm here, Honorable Mayor.
Yep, got it.
Go ahead, John.
All right, Honorable Mayor, members of council, Councilmember Kozaczek, yes, you are right. This ADWR grant is specific to distribution and transmission leak detections, and so we'll be using it for that. However, the department is looking at advanced technologies at our metering services, what's called AMI technology, and that's something we'll be looking at over the next couple of years. And in some of that technology, you can get leak indications, you can get high water use indications that can be relayed directly back to the utility and in some cases to the customer itself, depending on the software that's associated with it. So that is something that the department is paying close attention to and will be studying more in depth.
Do you know when the AMI is supposed to be rolled out?
Councilmember Kozaczek, we are looking at the study of the AMI system right now over the next couple of years because it will take some infrastructure to make sure that we can be able to read all of our customers' meters and make sure there's no dead spots in the system, particularly if we're using some type of wireless communication for that. So once we do that study, then we'll be looking at what the cost would be to upgrade the metering system across the whole Tucson water service area.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate it. I know that the products on the market only cost a couple $100, and that's usually a third of the kind of the bills that we're seeing, so people can make that investment. But it's good to hear that you're looking at it. I just moved the item then. Item consent B.
So there motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor. Do we need roll call, Mr. Clerk?
No, you don't.
Okay.
Voice votes.
All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. Item 8.
Adjournment.
Council will stand adjourned. The next regularly scheduled meeting will be on Tuesday, April 6th at or after 5:30 p.m. Thank you all so much. Have a restful rest of your evening, and we'll be seeing you soon. Thank you.